Hello guys, welcome to Harry Reality Bender. So in this video, we will see what if Harry used the old laws to strip Dumbledore of his magic and wealth. If you enjoy these kinds of stories, don't forget to show us some love by hitting the like button and subscribing to the channel. Your support means the world to us. Now, let's start the story. Chapter 1, The Unsealed. Will the last rays of summer sunlight filtered through the high windows of Gringotts Bank, casting long shadows across the marble floor. Harry Potter stood at the end of a short queue, nervously adjusting his glasses as he waited for the next available teller. He hadn't told anyone he was coming here today, not Ron, not Hermione, not even Sirius. This was something he needed to do alone. 2 weeks before returning to Hogwarts for his 5th year, the nightmares about Cedric's death had given way to a new kind of dream, his parents standing before a tall desk, signing papers, his mother holding him as an infant. The dream had recurred with such clarity that Harry couldn't dismiss it as mere wishful thinking. Something about it felt like memory. The goblin ahead of him finished his transaction and moved away. Harry approached the counter, meeting the stern gaze of a goblin with spectacles perched on his long nose. "Key, please," the goblin said without preamble. Harry placed his small golden key on the counter. "I'd like to visit my vault." The goblin examined the key carefully. "Very well, Mr. Potter. Griphook will escort you." Harry hesitated, his fingers drumming against the marble countertop. "Actually, I was wondering. Do wizards have wills? Like, documents saying what happens to their things after they die?" The goblin's expression didn't change, but something in his eyes sharpened. "Wizarding wills are stored and executed by Gringotts, yes. My parents, James and Lily Potter, would they have had one?" The goblin stared at Harry for a long moment. "Wait here," he said finally, sliding off his high stool. Harry shifted his weight from one foot to another as the minutes ticked by. The bank was emptying as closing time approached. Finally, the goblin returned with an older goblin whose silver hair was pulled back in a severe braid. "Mr. Potter, this is Nagnok, head of the inheritance department. He will assist you further." Without another word, the teller goblin returned to his station, calling, "Next." "Follow me, Mr. Potter," Nagnok said, his voice surprisingly deep for his small stature. Harry followed the goblin through a side door he'd never noticed before, down a corridor lined with dark wooden doors. Each bore a plaque with names Harry recognized from the wizarding world: Malfoy, Longbottom, Bones, Black. They stopped before a door near the end of the hall. The plaque read simply, "Potter." Nagnok pressed his palm against it, and the door swung open. The room beyond was small but elegant, with bookshelves lining the walls and a large desk dominating the center. Nagnok gestured for Harry to take a seat in one of the chairs facing the desk. "You inquired about your parents' will," Nagnok said, settling into his own chair. "May I ask what prompted this interest after all these years?" Harry considered lying, then decided against it. Goblins valued honesty in business matters. "I've been having dreams, memories, I think, of them signing papers. It made me wonder if they'd left instructions for me." Nagnok nodded, his expression unreadable. He opened a drawer and withdrew a thick folder bound with red cord. "The will of James and Lily Potter has been sealed since their deaths on October 31, 1981, he said, placing the folder on the desk between them. "Sealed? By who?" "By order of the chief warlock of the Wizengamot, citing national security concerns during the aftermath of the war." "Dumbledore," Harry said, a chill running through him. "Professor Dumbledore sealed my parents' will?" "Indeed." Nagnok traced a long finger over the red cord. "However, there is a provision in Goblin law that allows the direct heir to unseal such documents upon reaching magical maturity or in the event of." He paused, studying Harry's face. "In the event of suspected guardian malfeasance." Harry blinked. "Guardian malfeasance? You mean if someone who was supposed to look after me, didn't?" "Precisely. The sealing of a will is meant to be temporary, a matter of months, not years. That this has remained sealed for nearly 14 years is unusual. Harry stared at the folder. His heart was pounding so loudly he was certain the goblin could hear it. I want to unseal it. Nagnock raised an eyebrow. On what grounds, Mr. Potter? The question caught Harry off guard. What grounds did he have? The Dursleys' neglect? Dumbledore's distant supervision? The fact that no one had ever told him about this will in the first place? I've never known what my parents wanted for me, he said finally. I was left with relatives who hate magic, who never wanted me. If my parents specified other arrangements and those wishes were ignored, isn't that malfeasance? Nagnock considered this, his fingers steepled beneath his chin. A reasonable argument. Very well. He pushed the folder toward Harry. Place 3 drops of your blood on the seal. My blood? Harry hesitated. The oldest magic recognizes blood as binding, Mr. Potter. It is how we verify identity beyond doubt. Harry thought of Wormtail slicing his arm in that graveyard, of Voldemort using his blood to resurrect himself. Is it safe? Gringotts does not practice dark magic, Mr. Potter. Blood verification is ancient, but neutral. The intent makes the difference. After another moment's hesitation, Harry nodded. Nagnock produced a small, ceremonial dagger and a tiny silver bowl. 3 drops only, he instructed. Harry pricked his finger and let 3 drops of blood fall into the bowl. Nagnock added a clear potion that made the blood shimmer, then poured the mixture onto the red cord binding the folder. For a moment, nothing happened. Then the cord began to glow, brightening until Harry had to squint against the light. With a sound like ice cracking, the cord disintegrated, leaving the folder open. The blood has recognized you as the rightful heir, Nagnock said, satisfaction evident in his voice. The will is unsealed. With trembling hands, Harry reached for the top document in the folder. It was written on thick parchment, the ink still looking fresh despite the years. The last will and testament of James Fleamont Potter and Lily Evans Potter being of sound mind and magic, we hereby declare this to be our final will and testament, revoking all wills and codicils previously made. To our son, Harry James Potter, we leave all that we possess, the Potter family vaults, properties, investments, and heirlooms, to be held in trust until he reaches the age of majority. In the event of our deaths before our son reaches adulthood, we appoint the following as his guardians, in order of preference: 1. Sirius Orion Black, Harry's godfather by ritual and oath. 2. Alice and Frank Longbottom, close friends and Harry's godmother by ritual. 3. Minerva McGonagall, family friend and mentor. 4. Andromeda and Ted Tonks, trusted friends with experience raising a magical child in a loving home. Under no circumstances is our son to be placed with Petunia and Vernon Dursley. While they are Lily's blood relatives, their hatred of magic would make them unsuitable guardians for a magical child. Harry stopped reading, his vision blurring with tears. He'd suspected, of course, but seeing it written so plainly, under no circumstances, made something crack inside him. They didn't want me with the Dursleys, he whispered. They specifically said no. Indeed, Nagnock said quietly. And yet, that is precisely where Albus Dumbledore placed you, against the explicit wishes of your parents. Harry looked up, anger beginning to replace the hurt. How could he do that? How could he ignore their will? By sealing it, Nagnock said simply. If no one knew the contents, no one could object to his arrangements. Harry turned back to the document, scanning further down. We have taken measures to protect our son through ancient magic should the worst occur. If we die by treachery, blood wards will activate to shield Harry from those who would harm him. These protections are strengthened, not created, by family blood, a common misconception. Furthermore, we have placed memories in trust with Gringotts to be released to Harry upon the unsealing of this will. There are memories? Harry asked, looking up again. Nagnock nodded, reaching into the folder to withdraw a small wooden box. Inside were 3 crystal vials, each containing the familiar swirling silver of memories. These can be viewed in a pensieve, Nagnok explained. Gringotts has such facilities available for a fee, or you may take them to be viewed elsewhere. Harry stared at the vials, each labeled in his mother's neat handwriting, for Harry, first birthday, Potter Cottage, and the prophecy and the old laws. The old laws? Harry asked. What does that mean? Nagnok's expression changed subtly, a flicker of something like respect crossed his features. The old laws are the foundation of magical Britain, Mr. Potter. They predate the Ministry, the Wisengamot, even Hogwarts itself. They were written when magic was wild and families bound themselves to oaths and consequences with their very blood. And my parents knew about these laws. Your father was the heir to an ancient house. The oldest families passed down such knowledge from generation to generation. Nagnok hesitated. Most wizards today consider the old laws obsolete, ceremonial relics of a bygone age. But the goblins remember that magic itself enforced these laws, not wizards with wands and parchment decrees. Harry looked back at the memory vials, something stirring in his chest, not quite hope, but purpose. Would these laws have anything to do with guardians betraying their wards? Nagnok's eyes widened fractionally. Indeed, Mr. Potter. The protection of magical children was paramount under the old laws. A magical guardian who betrays their sacred trust could forfeit more than just custody. What do you mean? Under the old laws, such a betrayal could result in the stripping of magic, wealth, and position. Nagnok's voice had dropped to barely above a whisper. But such provisions haven't been invoked in centuries. Harry's mind raced. If Dumbledore had deliberately ignored his parents' will, placed him with abusive relatives they'd explicitly forbidden, and then sealed the evidence of his actions. I need to see these memories, he said firmly. And I need to know more about these old laws. Nagnok studied him for a long moment. The Potter accounts include access to our legal archives. As for the memories, our pensieve room is available for 10 galleons per hour. I'd like to view them now, please. 20 minutes later, Harry stood in a small, dimly lit room. A stone basin engraved with runes sat on a pedestal in the center, its contents glowing with a soft silver light. Nagnok had explained the process and left him alone with the 3 vials. Harry hesitated, then selected the one labeled the prophecy and the old laws. If he was going to understand what had happened and why, this seemed like the place to start. He uncorked the vial and poured the contents into the pensieve. Taking a deep breath, he plunged his face into the swirling silver. The world tilted, and suddenly he was standing in a cozy living room. A fire crackled in the hearth, casting warm light over comfortable, if slightly worn, furniture. Before him stood his parents, his father pacing anxiously, his mother sitting in an armchair, her expression grave. We have to assume he'll come for us, James Potter was saying, running a hand through his perpetually messy hair, so like Harry's own. If the prophecy says what Dumbledore claims it does. That's just it, James, Lily replied, frustration clear in her voice. We're taking his word for it. We haven't heard the prophecy ourselves. Dumbledore wouldn't lie about something this important. Wouldn't he? Lily stood, moving to a nearby bookshelf. He's been acting strangely ever since Trelawney made that prophecy. Insisting on the Fidelius, separating us from the rest of the Order, refusing to let us fight anymore. He's trying to protect us, to protect Harry. Is he? Lily pulled down a large, ancient-looking book bound in dark leather. Or is he controlling us? Think about it, James. Why keep the exact wording from us? It's our son the prophecy is about. James frowned, but didn't argue. Harry moved closer, drinking in the sight of his parents alive, arguing about him, trying to protect him. What are you looking for? James asked as Lily flipped through the book. Something I read about when researching blood protection for Harry. She stopped at a page filled with flowing script and intricate diagrams. Here, the covenant of guardianship under the old laws. James moved to read over her shoulder. Lily, no one invokes the old laws anymore. They're too unpredictable, too powerful. That's exactly why they might help us, Lily said fiercely. If something happens to us, Harry will need protection beyond what modern magic can provide. Especially if Dumbledore is, she stopped, seeming reluctant to voice her suspicions. If Dumbledore is what? If he's not telling us everything. She looked up at James, her green eyes, Harry's eyes, intense. The old laws allow us to designate protections that even a chief warlock can't override. They'd make our will magically binding. James rubbed his neck, clearly uncomfortable. The old laws require blood magic, Lily. The Ministry classifies that as dark. The Ministry has existed for barely 300 years. These laws have protected magical children for millennia. She placed her hand on the book. This isn't dark magic, it's old magic. There's a difference. James sighed, then nodded. All right. What do we need to do? The scene shifted, and Harry found himself in what appeared to be the Potter family vault. Gold coins were stacked against one wall, but his parents were focused on a small altar in the center of the room, carved with runes similar to those on the pensieve. Lily held baby Harry, barely a year old, in her arms. James stood beside them, a ceremonial knife in one hand and a scroll in the other. I, James Fleamont Potter, he began, his voice echoing strangely in the vault, invoke the old laws of guardian and ward. Should we fall by enemy hand, let our son be protected by these ancient covenants. He pricked his finger, letting a drop of blood fall onto the altar. The runes flashed red. I, Lily Evans Potter, join in this invocation. Should those appointed to protect our son betray their sacred trust, let the old laws judge them by the ancient measures of magic, honor, and intent. She shifted baby Harry to one arm and pricked her finger, adding her blood to the altar. The runes glowed brighter. Together, they recited, we seal this covenant with freely given blood and magic, binding all who would stand as guardian to our son. So we declare, so magic witness. They carefully pricked baby Harry's finger, he whimpered but didn't cry, and added a tiny drop of his blood to the altar. The runes flared with blinding light, then settled into a steady, pulsing glow. James carefully unrolled the scroll and placed it on the altar. The covenant is recorded. If anyone betrays their duty to Harry, magic itself will hold them accountable. Lily kissed baby Harry's head. And now for the second layer of protection. If Dumbledore is right about the prophecy, Voldemort will never stop hunting him. The memory shifted again. They were in a different room now, a study lined with books. Lily sat at a desk, writing rapidly while James looked on. I've encoded everything in my journal, she was saying. The old laws, the blood protection ritual, my suspicions about the prophecy. I've hidden copies at Gringotts, at the cottage, and with. She paused, glancing at James. And with someone Dumbledore would never suspect. Do you really think all this is necessary? Dumbledore has always protected us. Dumbledore is playing a long game, James. I've seen how he watches Harry, not with love, but with calculation. Like he's assessing a weapon, not a child. James frowned. You can't seriously think he'd use our son? I think Dumbledore believes in the greater good above all else. And I won't gamble with Harry's life on the hope that our son's well-being aligns with Dumbledore's vision of that greater good. She sealed an envelope and stood. If we survive, none of this matters. But if we don't? Her voice caught. If we don't, Harry will need every protection we can give him. The memory began to fade, but not before Harry heard his mother's final words, the old laws remember, even when wizards forget. Magic will hold the betrayers accountable. Harry pulled back from the pensieve, gasping as he returned to the present. His heart hammered in his chest, his parents' words echoing in his mind. They hadn't just left a will, they'd invoked ancient magic to protect him. Magic that had apparently failed. Or had it? Harry glanced at the other memory vials, tempted to view them immediately. But the bank would be closing soon, and he needed time to process what he'd learned. He carefully collected the memories and returned them to their vials, placing them in the wooden box. His mind was racing. What were these old laws exactly? How could he learn more about them? And most importantly, could they still be invoked after all these years? As he left the pensive room, he found Nagnock waiting in the corridor. "Did you find what you were looking for, Mr. Potter?" the goblin asked. "I'm not sure," Harry admitted. "But I have questions about these old laws my mother mentioned." Nagnock glanced at a nearby clock. "Gringotts will be closing shortly. However, I can provide you with a reference to our legal archives for your next visit." "I'll need to come back soon," Harry said, his voice firmer than he'd intended. "This is important." "Indeed." Nagnock handed him a small key. "This will grant you access to the Potter family legal archives on your next visit. I would suggest you come early and allow several hours for research." Harry pocketed the key. "One more question, if you don't mind. My mother mentioned a journal where she recorded information about these laws and something about blood protection. Would that be in my vault? If Lady Potter placed such an item in your family vault, it would still be there. However, you have only visited your trust vault until now, a smaller account established for your school expenses." Harry stared at the goblin. "There's another vault." "The main Potter family vault, of course. It has been maintained in trust until you reach your majority or, as of today, until you claim your status as head of house." "I can do that. Now. The unsealing of the will makes it possible, yes." Nagnock's expression remained neutral, but Harry thought he detected a hint of approval in the goblin's tone. "However, such matters require proper preparation. I would advise you to conduct your research first, then return to discuss claiming your inheritance." Harry nodded slowly. "Thank you. I'll be back as soon as possible." As he left Gringotts, stepping into the fading summer light of Diagon Alley, Harry felt something he hadn't experienced in a long time, a sense of direction. Since the graveyard, since Cedric's death, he'd been drifting, haunted by nightmares and weighed down by grief. Now, he had purpose. His parents hadn't abandoned him to the Dursleys, they'd specifically forbidden it. They'd invoked ancient magic to protect him, magic that Dumbledore had somehow circumvented or ignored. And if these old laws could still be invoked? Harry's hand tightened around the box of memories in his pocket. For the first time since returning from the graveyard with Cedric's body, he felt a flicker of hope. Not just for justice, but for answers. The remainder of summer passed in a blur of frustration for Harry. Unable to return to Gringotts due to the increased security around him, Mrs. Weasley barely let him out of her sight at Grimmauld Place. He found himself back at Hogwarts with the vials of memories hidden in his trunk and more questions than answers. The welcoming feast did nothing to improve his mood. Dumbledore's announcement of Dolores Umbridge as the new defense against the dark arts teacher sent a ripple of unease through the Great Hall. Her simpering interruption of Dumbledore's speech, with its veiled threats about ministry interference at Hogwarts, only confirmed Harry's suspicions that this year would be even more challenging than the last. "She was at my hearing," he whispered to Ron and Hermione as Umbridge droned on. "She wanted me expelled. That toad." Ron muttered, eyeing Umbridge with distaste. "Bloody hell, mate. First Snape, now her. The universe really has it in for you." "It's worse than that," Hermione said quietly, her expression troubled. "Weren't you listening? The ministry is interfering at Hogwarts. This is about controlling Dumbledore, and you, Harry." Harry's gaze drifted to the headmaster, who was watching Umbridge with a politely interested expression that revealed nothing of his thoughts. For the first time, Harry found himself studying the old wizard not with respect or affection, but with suspicion. What else had Dumbledore kept from him? The will, his parents' explicit wishes, the existence of a family vault. What other secrets were hidden behind those twinkling blue eyes? Later, In the safety of their dormitory, Harry finally confided in Ron and Hermione about his discovery at Gringotts. "You unsealed your parents' will?" Hermione gasped, sitting cross-legged on Ron's bed while Harry kept his voice low to avoid waking their roommates. "Harry, that's huge. What did it say?" Harry recounted the contents of the will and what he'd seen in the pensieve, watching their expressions shift from surprise to outrage. "Dumbledore ignored your parents' will?" Ron looked scandalized. That's illegal, isn't it?" "It should be," Hermione said, her brow furrowed in thought. "But if he sealed it officially as Chief Warlock, he might have had the legal authority, even if it was ethically wrong." "That's why the old laws matter," Harry said, leaning forward. "My mum said they're more powerful than modern laws, that they're enforced by magic itself. If Dumbledore betrayed his duty as my guardian." "What exactly are these old laws?" Hermione asked, already looking like she was mentally cataloguing which sections of the library to search. "I've never read anything about them. Nagnok, the goblin who helped me, said they predate the Ministry and Hogwarts. They're ancient magical agreements between the oldest families." Ron was nodding slowly. "Dad mentioned something like that once. Said the really old pureblood families are bound by oaths that go back centuries. But he said no one takes that stuff seriously anymore." "The goblins do," Harry said. "And apparently my parents did too. They performed some kind of blood ritual to invoke these laws to protect me." Hermione bit her lip. "Blood magic?" "Harry, that's classified as dark arts by the Ministry." "So is Parseltongue," Harry countered, "but that's just because people don't understand it. My mum specifically said there's a difference between old magic and dark magic." "What exactly do you want to do with these laws?" Ron asked. Harry hesitated. What did he want? Revenge against Dumbledore? Justice for being left with the Dursleys? Or something more, the truth about why his life had been manipulated from the beginning? "I want to know why," he said finally. "Why Dumbledore ignored my parents' wishes. Why he's kept so many secrets from me. And I want—" He paused, the weight of his next words heavy on his tongue. "I want what was taken from me. A childhood without the Dursleys. Knowledge of my family heritage. The truth about the prophecy Voldemort is after." Hermione reached out, squeezing his hand. "We'll help you, Harry. Where do we start?" "The library," Harry said. "We need to learn everything we can about these old laws. And I need to find a way to view the rest of my parents' memories without Dumbledore finding out." Ron groaned. "The library. Of course it's the library." Despite his complaints, Ron joined Harry and Hermione in their research over the following weeks. Between dodging Umbridge's increasingly tyrannical educational decrees and struggling through their fifth-year coursework, they scoured the library for any mention of the old laws. Their search yielded frustratingly little. The restricted section might have contained more information, but with Umbridge watching their every move, getting permission for such research was impossible. "It's like they've been deliberately erased from history," Hermione said one evening, closing yet another useless tome. "I found references to ancient covenants and blood oaths of the Founder era, but nothing specific about these old laws." "Maybe that's the point," Harry said, staring out the library window at the darkening grounds. "If these laws can hold even someone like Dumbledore accountable, maybe the Ministry doesn't want people knowing about them." "We need to look somewhere else," Ron suggested. "Somewhere outside Hogwarts." Harry nodded slowly. "I need to get back to Gringotts. Nagnok said the Potter family has access to legal archives there." "That's impossible with Umbridge watching your every move," Hermione pointed out. "And the first Hogsmeade weekend isn't for another month." Harry ran a hand through his hair in frustration. "Then we need another source. Someone who might know about old pureblood traditions." Ron's expression brightened. "What about Neville? His gran is always going on about ancient family traditions and whatnot." "That's brilliant, Ron. Hermione exclaimed. They found Neville in the greenhouses, carefully tending to a tray of juvenile venomous tentacula. Old laws, he repeated when Harry explained what they were looking for. Gran mentions them sometimes, but mostly to complain about how nobody respects tradition anymore. He gently pruned a reaching tendril. There's a book in our family library, Covenant and Custom, the Founding Family's Compact. Gran made me study parts of it when I turned 11. Do you remember anything specific? Harry pressed. Especially about guardianship or protecting heirs? Neville's round face scrunched in concentration. There was something about the Covenant of Seven, a magical agreement between the 7 oldest families to protect each other's heirs. He looked apologetic. I'm sorry, Harry, I didn't pay much attention. Gran eventually gave up trying to teach me the old ways. Could you write to your grandmother? Hermione suggested. Ask her to send the book. Neville shook his head. She'd never send it by owl, it's too valuable. But. He hesitated. I could ask her about specific parts, if you tell me what you're looking for. Harry exchanged glances with Ron and Hermione. How much should he reveal? I found out recently that Dumbledore ignored my parents' will, he said finally. They never wanted me to live with my Muggle relatives. They invoked something called the Old Laws to protect me, but somehow Dumbledore overrode them. Neville's eyes widened. That's serious, Harry. The Old Laws were sealed with family magic. Breaking them was supposed to have consequences. What kind of consequences? I don't know exactly. But Gran once said that when the Knott family broke their oath to the abbot centuries ago, their family magic weakened for generations. Neville carefully placed his pruning shears down. I'll write to Gran tonight. She won't tell anyone if I ask her not to. Thanks, Neville, Harry said, grateful. As they walked back to the castle, Hermione's forehead was creased in thought. We need somewhere safe to view those memories, Harry. And we need more books than what's available in the library. Harry nodded, frustration building. I know, but, he stopped suddenly, an idea striking him. The room of requirement. What about it? Ron asked. It becomes what you need, right? So what if we need a place with books about ancient magic? Or a room with a pensieve? Hermione's eyes lit up. Harry, that's brilliant. That evening, they stood in the 7th-floor corridor, watching Harry pace back and forth before the blank wall. I need a place to learn about the old laws, he thought desperately. I need to view my parents' memories. I need to understand what they did to protect me. On his third pass, a door materialized. Harry pushed it open, and they stepped into a circular room unlike anything they'd seen the room of requirement become before. The walls were lined with ancient-looking tomes bound in leather and metal. A stone pensieve sat on a pedestal in the center, surrounded by comfortable chairs. A large table held parchment, quills, and ink, ready for note-taking. Bloody hell, Ron whispered, staring at the rows of books. Hermione's going to faint from joy. Hermione was already scanning the titles. These are incredible. Blood Rights and Magical Inheritance, The Founder's Compact, Covenants of the Sacred 28. She pulled a heavy volume from the shelf. Some of these books must be centuries old. Harry approached the pensieve cautiously. It looked similar to Dumbledore's, though the runes carved around its edge were different. Do you think it's safe? He asked. Hermione examined the pensieve. The room wouldn't give us something dangerous. And this looks authentic. Harry withdrew the wooden box containing his parents' memories. I want to see the other 2 memories before we start researching. They might give us more information. Ron and Hermione nodded, moving to stand beside him. Harry selected the vial labeled Potter Cottage and poured the silvery contents into the pensieve. Together, they leaned forward and plunged into the memory. They found themselves in a cozy nursery. Lily Potter sat in a rocking chair, baby Harry in her arms, while James knelt beside them, making colored smoke rings with his wand to entertain their son. "This must be the night," Hermione whispered, her voice trailing off as she realized what they were witnessing. Sure enough, moments later, they heard a crash from downstairs. James leapt to his feet, his expression changing from playful to terrified in an instant. "Lily, take Harry, and go. It's him. Go. Run. I'll hold him off." As James rushed from the room, Lily clutched baby Harry tighter, tears streaming down her face. But instead of immediately fleeing, she hurried to the crib and waved her wand in complex patterns, muttering incantations that sounded nothing like any spell Harry had heard at Hogwarts. "Blood of my blood, shield in danger's hour. Love freely given, become protective power. Ancient magic heed my plea, from darkness keep my child free." The crib glowed briefly with a golden light. Lily then turned to a bookshelf and tapped a specific pattern on the spines of several books. A hidden compartment opened, revealing a small journal bound in green leather. She grabbed it and tucked it into baby Harry's blankets. "Remember, my love," she whispered, kissing his forehead. "The old laws protect you. The grimoire will guide you when you're ready." A blast shook the house. Lily's head snapped up, her face set in determined lines as she placed Harry in the crib and turned to face the door, arms outstretched protectively. The door burst open, and Voldemort entered, his snake-like face twisted in a cruel smile. Not Harry, please not Harry," Lily begged. "Stand aside, you silly girl, stand aside, now. Not Harry, please no, take me, kill me instead, this is my last warning, not Harry. Please, have mercy, have mercy. Not Harry. Not Harry. Please, I'll do anything, stand aside. Stand aside, girl." A flash of green light, and Lily crumpled to the floor. Voldemort turned his wand on baby Harry. Avada Kedavra. The green light flashed again, but this time it rebounded, enveloping Voldemort in a screaming, writhing mass of magic that seemed to tear him apart from within. As his body disintegrated, a dark shadow fled the room. Baby Harry cried in his crib, a lightning-shaped cut on his forehead bleeding freely. Around him, a golden dome of light pulsed once, twice, then faded. The memory shifted. Sirius Black burst into the nursery, his handsome face contorted with grief as he took in Lily's body and the crying baby. "No, no, no," he moaned, falling to his knees beside Lily. After a moment, he rose shakily and went to the crib, lifting Harry gently. "I've got you, Promslet. I've got you." As Sirius cradled baby Harry, Hagrid arrived, filling the doorway with his massive frame. His beard was wet with tears. "Sirius. Dumbledore sent me. I'm to take Harry to him." "No," Sirius said firmly. "I'm his godfather. James and Lily made me his guardian if anything happened to them." "Dumbledore's orders, Sirius. Says he's goin' someplace safe. He's safe with me. The will specifically names me as his guardian." Hagrid's expression was sympathetic but unyielding. "Dumbledore says it's the only way to protect him. Blood wards with his aunt and uncle." "Blood wards?" Sirius looked incredulous. Lily specifically rejected that option. She said the protection she cast was stronger than any blood ward tied to Petunia. "I'm sorry, Sirius. Dumbledore's orders." Sirius looked torn, glancing between baby Harry and the door. "Let me at least take him there myself." "Can't do that. Don't know where Dumbledore's sending him, do I? For protection, he says." After a long moment, Sirius reluctantly handed baby Harry to Hagrid. "Take my motorcycle, then. I won't need it anymore." As Hagrid left with baby Harry, Sirius's expression hardened. "Peter," he growled, and the memory began to fade. The final scene showed Dumbledore arriving at the ruined cottage. He surveyed the destruction with a grave expression, then made his way carefully upstairs to the nursery. Seeing Lily's body, he closed his eyes briefly in what appeared to be genuine grief. Then he began casting spells, complex diagnostic charms that filled the room with glowing runes and symbols. His expression shifted from sorrow to calculation as he studied the results. "Extraordinary," he murmured. "Not just a mother's sacrifice, old magic. Very old." He waved his wand over the crib, frowning slightly. "A binding to the old laws. Clever, Lily, but unnecessary. Blood protection through Petunia will be safer, more controllable." He picked up a teddy bear from the crib, transfigured it into an exact replica of Lily's journal, and placed it where the original had been. Then he searched the room methodically until he found a loose floorboard beneath the crib. Inside was a small chest. Dumbledore opened it, revealing a book bound in worn leather with the Potter family crest embossed on the cover. "The Potter Grimoire," he murmured, lifting it carefully. "Too dangerous to leave this where it might be found." He shrunk the book and the real journal, tucking them into his robes. "The boy will have enough to contend with without ancient family magic complicating matters." With that, Dumbledore disapparated, and the memory ended. Harry, Ron, and Hermione pulled back from the pensieve, stunned into silence. Harry felt as though his chest might explode with the pressure of the emotions battling within him: grief at watching his parents die, rage at Dumbledore's calculating manipulation, and a strange, fierce pride in his mother's determination to protect him even in death. "He took it," Harry finally said, his voice rough. "He took my family's grimoire. My mother's journal. He knew the old laws protected me, and he deliberately circumvented them." "And he lied about the blood wards," Hermione added, her voice shaking with indignation. "Sirius said Lily specifically rejected that option, but Dumbledore told everyone it was the only way to keep you safe." Ron looked pale beneath his freckles. "Mate, this is worse than we thought. Dumbledore didn't just ignore the will. He actively worked against your parents' wishes." Harry turned to the final memory vial, for Harry, first birthday, but found he couldn't bear to view it yet. Not when his mind was still reeling from the revelation of Dumbledore's betrayal. "We need to find out exactly what these old laws say about guardianship," he said, his voice steadying with resolve. "And we need to find the Potter Grimoire." Hermione was already pulling books from the shelves. "Let's start with these. There must be information about invoking the old laws and what happens when they're broken." For the next several hours, they pored over ancient texts. Many were written in archaic language that made deciphering them a challenge, but Hermione's methodical approach slowly yielded results. "Listen to this," she said finally, reading from a leather-bound tome titled, "The Founding Families, Covenants and Consequences." "When a magical guardian betrays their sacred trust, the old laws provide recourse through the right of just retribution. The wronged heir may claim recompense not merely in gold or land, but in magic itself. Such a claim, when proven just by trial of intent, strips the betrayer of that which they valued above their duty, be it wealth, position, or magical power." "Strips them of magical power?" Ron repeated, looking stunned. "You mean, turn them into a squib?" "It sounds like it," Hermione said, scanning the text further. "But the requirements for invoking this right are stringent. The heir must prove betrayal of sacred trust, demonstrate that the guardian acted against the explicit wishes of the heir's parents, and show that the guardian gained some benefit from their betrayal." "Dumbledore definitely acted against my parents' wishes," Harry said, ticking points off on his fingers. "He ignored their will, he took my family grimoire, and he placed me with the Dursleys against their explicit instructions." "But what benefit did he gain?" Ron asked. "I mean, yeah, he's always tried to control you, but what did he get out of leaving you with those horrible muggles?" Harry frowned, considering. "A weapon," he said finally, remembering his mother's words in the memory. "She said Dumbledore looked at me like I was a weapon, not a child. Maybe that's what he gained, a moldable weapon against Voldemort." "The prophecy," Hermione said suddenly. Your parents mentioned a prophecy in the first memory. That must be what Dumbledore is hiding, the reason he's been controlling your life. The same prophecy Voldemort is after now, Harry realized. The one in the Department of Mysteries. Ron looked between them. So what do we do? How do you invoke these old laws? Hermione turned back to the book. It says the heir must find their family grimoire, which contains the specific rituals and invocations unique to their bloodline. Which Dumbledore took, Harry said bitterly. There must be a copy somewhere, Hermione insisted. Your mother said she hid copies of her journal in multiple places. Maybe she did the same with the grimoire. Harry's eyes widened as a memory clicked into place. The room of requirement, he said, looking around at the chamber they were in. My mother's final memory mentioned a grimoire that would guide me when I was ready. What if? He closed his eyes, concentrating. I need the Potter family grimoire. I need my inheritance. I need what was hidden for me. A soft glow emanated from one of the bookshelves. Harry approached it, his heart pounding, and found a section of the wall had transformed into a small alcove. Inside was a book identical to the one Dumbledore had taken from Potter Cottage, worn leather with the Potter crest embossed on the cover. With trembling hands, Harry lifted the book. It felt warm to his touch, and as his fingers traced the family crest, the grimoire unlocked with a soft click. It's really here, he whispered. My family's grimoire. Hermione looked both awed and concerned. Harry, if that contains blood magic rituals. I don't care, Harry said firmly. My parents wanted me to have this. They invoked these laws to protect me. I have a right to know what they did and how to finish what they started. He opened the grimoire, revealing pages filled with handwritten notes, diagrams, and spells dating back centuries. The first page bore a simple inscription, the magic of the House of Potter from Linfred the Healer to the heir who reads these words blood of the worthy, magic of the just remember your oath, to protect, to serve, to endure. Harry turned the pages carefully, skimming through sections on healing magic, apparently a Potter family specialty, warding techniques, and battle spells developed during goblin rebellions. Near the middle of the book, he found a section titled, The Old Laws and House Potter. Here, he said, his voice hushed. This explains our family's connection to the old laws. The three friends hunched over the grimoire, reading by the warm light of the room of requirement's lamps. The House of Potter, though not among the sacred 28, traces its lineage to the Peverell family, signatories of the original Covenant of Seven, Harry read aloud. As such, all heirs of Potter blood may invoke the protections and obligations of the old laws, particularly in matters of guardianship, inheritance, and justice. He turned the page, finding a ritual similar to the one he had witnessed his parents performing in the memory. The rite of just retribution, this must be what my mother was preparing for. Harry, Hermione said cautiously, before you consider this further, we should understand exactly what this ritual does. The consequences sound severe. Harry nodded, continuing to read. When properly invoked, the rite of just retribution calls upon magic itself to judge the actions of a magical guardian. If found wanting, the guardian shall lose that which they prized above their sacred duty to their ward. In cases of manipulative guardianship, where control was valued above nurturing, the guardian's ability to control magic itself may be forfeit. Ron whistled. It would make Dumbledore a squib. Only if control was what he valued most, Hermione pointed out. If he valued his reputation or position more, he might lose those instead. Harry continued reading, his expression growing more determined with each word. The ritual requires 3 components, blood of the wronged heir, evidence of betrayal, and an invocation at a place of magical significance. The heir must be of age or be judged magically mature through trial of intent. You're not of age, Hermione said immediately. You're only 15. But there's this trial of intent thing, Ron countered. What's that? Harry scanned the text. It says magic itself judges whether the heir is mature enough to understand the consequences of their actions. It's not about age, but about intent and comprehension. He looked up. I think I qualify. After everything that's happened, everything I've seen. I understand what I'd be doing. Harry, this is serious magic, Hermione warned. If you invoke these laws and the ritual works, you'll fundamentally alter Dumbledore's life, maybe even end his ability to do magic. And if I don't? Harry countered, a hard edge to his voice. He left me with abusive relatives for 14 years. He's hidden my heritage, my family's possessions, and crucial information about why Voldemort wants to kill me. He's manipulated my entire life to turn me into a weapon for his war. His hands tightened on the grimoire. Don't I deserve justice for that? Hermione's expression softened. Of course you do, Harry. I just want to make sure you're thinking through all the implications. Dumbledore is still the leader of the fight against Voldemort. If you strip him of his power, then someone else will have to step up, Harry said firmly. Someone who doesn't treat people like chess pieces. Ron, who had been unusually quiet, spoke up. I think you should do it, mate. Harry and Hermione both turned to him in surprise. What? Ron shrugged. Dumbledore's brilliant and all, but he left Harry with those horrible muggles. He sealed a will. He took family heirlooms. That's just wrong. His ears reddened slightly. Family's sacred in the wizarding world. Even the Malfoys wouldn't break a magical will or steal a family grimoire. It's just not done. Harry felt a rush of gratitude toward his friend. Thanks, Ron. So how do we do this? Ron asked, peering at the grimoire. I need 3 things, Harry said, reading from the text. My blood, evidence of Dumbledore's betrayal, and a place of magical significance. Your blood is easy enough, Hermione said reluctantly. The evidence could be your parents' will and the memories. And Hogwarts itself is one of the most magically significant places in Britain, Ron added. Harry nodded slowly. There's one more component. The ritual needs to be performed during a time of magical potency, a solstice, equinox, or a full moon. Hermione pulled out her planner. The next full moon is in 3 days. That's when we'll do it, Harry decided. In the room of requirement, where Dumbledore can't interfere. As they continued planning, a letter arrived from Neville's grandmother the following morning. While vague enough to avoid suspicion if intercepted, it contained crucial information. The old laws are binding on all who serve as magical guardians. When invoked by right of blood and cause, they judge not by modern standards but by the ancient measures of honor and intent. A betrayer's punishment is not imposed by wizards, but by magic itself, which takes what was valued above duty. The covenant of guardianship is the most sacred of the old laws. To break it is to risk everything a wizard holds dear. But invoking justice under these laws comes with responsibility. The power reclaimed must be used with wisdom, or the invoker may find themselves similarly judged. If your friend seeks this path, remind them, the old laws demand balance. What is taken must be used for the purpose it was denied. A guardian who controlled must lose control, one who hoarded knowledge must lose wisdom, one who coveted power must lose strength. The letter confirmed what they had learned from the grimoire and added a warning: Harry would inherit not just justice but responsibility. The power or position Dumbledore lost would transfer to him, with the expectation that he would use it better than his former guardian had. Are you sure about this? Hermione asked as they returned the letter to its envelope. It sounds like you might inherit Dumbledore's magic, or at least some of his power. Harry considered this. Was he ready for such responsibility? Could he wield additional magic or influence without becoming like Dumbledore, manipulative and controlling? I'm sure, he said finally. Not because I want power, but because it's the only way to ensure he can't keep controlling my life, or anyone else's. He met his friend's gazes steadily. And if I do gain something from this ritual, I promise I won't become like him. You have my permission to hex me into next week if I start treating people like pawns. Ron grinned. Gladly, mate. The 3 days before the full moon passed in a blur of preparation. They gathered the necessary components for the ritual, studied the precise wording from the grimoire, and planned how to reach the room of requirement undetected on the night of the full moon. Umbridge's newest educational decree had instituted a strict curfew, making their task even more challenging. On the evening of the full moon, they waited until their dorm mates were asleep, then slipped out under Harry's invisibility cloak. The corridors were eerily silent as they made their way to the 7th floor, narrowly avoiding Mrs. Norris once and taking a detour to escape Peeves. When they finally reached the blank wall opposite the tapestry of Barnabas the Barmy, Harry paced before it, concentrating intensely. I need a place to perform the rite of just retribution. I need a sacred space where the old laws can be invoked. I need a chamber where magic itself can judge betrayal. The door that appeared was unlike any the room had produced before, ancient oak bound with iron, marked with runes that glowed faintly in the darkness. Harry pushed it open, and they entered a circular chamber with a stone altar in the center, surrounded by a ring of silver embedded in the floor. Tall windows lined the walls, allowing the light of the full moon to stream in. This is perfect, Harry breathed, feeling the magic humming in the air. They set to work quickly. Hermione placed the unsealed will and the vials of memories on the altar. Ron arranged 7 candles in a circle around the altar, lighting each with a whispered incendio. Harry opened the grimoire to the ritual page, reviewing the words one last time. As the moon reached its zenith, visible through the enchanted windows, Harry took his position before the altar. Ron and Hermione stood outside the silver ring, there to witness but not participate in the ritual itself. Are you ready? Hermione asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Harry nodded, a calm certainty settling over him. This was right. This was just. This was what his parents had intended when they invoked the old laws to protect him. He raised the ritual dagger, a silver blade conjured by the room itself, and began to recite the words from the grimoire. By right of blood and cause, I, Harry James Potter, heir to the House of Potter, invoke the old laws of guardianship and justice. He pricked his finger, allowing 3 drops of blood to fall onto the altar, where they glowed briefly before being absorbed into the stone. I call upon magic to witness the betrayal of Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore, who swore to protect and nurture, yet sought to control and manipulate. Harry placed his hand on the unsealed will. He defied the sacred wishes of my parents, sealing their will to hide his actions. He touched the vials of memories. He took that which was my birthright, knowledge, heritage, and truth, to forge me into a weapon for his war. The air in the chamber thickened, magic responding to his words. The moonlight seemed to concentrate on the altar, bathing everything in silver. By the covenant of 7, by the blood of my ancestors, by the magic that flows through the House of Potter, I invoke the right of just retribution. The silver ring around the altar began to glow, pulsing in time with Harry's heartbeat. Let that which Albus Dumbledore valued above his sacred duty be forfeit. Let that which he used to betray his oath be taken. Let justice be done by the old laws, by magic's judgment, by the ancient balance. A wind that wasn't wind swept through the chamber, extinguishing the candles but intensifying the glow of the silver ring and the moonlight. Harry felt magic swirling around him, through him, ancient and wild and knowing. So I invoke, so I intend, so magic witness and judge. The final words seemed to hang in the air for a moment, vibrating with power. Then the silver ring flared blindingly bright, and a wave of magic burst outward from the altar, passing through Harry with a sensation like ice and fire combined. In that moment, Harry knew the ritual had worked. Somewhere in the castle, Dumbledore was losing that which he had valued above his duty to Harry, his control, his power, perhaps even his magic itself. As the light faded and the wind died down, Harry stood motionless, absorbing the changes within himself. He felt different, stronger, certainly, but also more connected to the magic around him, as if a barrier he hadn't known existed had been removed. Harry. Hermione's voice broke the silence, tentative and concerned. "Are you all right?" He turned to his friends, seeing their worried expressions. "I'm fine," he said, and was surprised by how steady his voice sounded. "Better than fine, actually. I feel complete, somehow." "Did it work?" Ron asked, stepping cautiously into the silver ring, which had stopped glowing. "Yes," Harry said with certainty. "I can feel it. The old laws have judged Dumbledore and found him wanting." He picked up the grimoire from the altar, running his fingers over the family crest. "This is just the beginning, though. Now we need to find out exactly what he lost, and what I gained." As they gathered their materials and prepared to return to their dormitories, Harry felt a sense of both satisfaction and solemnity. Justice had been done, but with it came responsibility. Whatever power or position he had reclaimed from Dumbledore, he would have to use it wisely. The old laws had restored balance, but the true test would come with the dawn. Chapter 2, Blood and Oaths. Dawn broke over Hogwarts, its golden light creeping through the windows of Gryffindor Tower. Harry stared at the ceiling above his four-poster bed, listening to the familiar sounds of his roommates stirring. He hadn't slept. How could he, when his entire being hummed with unfamiliar energy? The ritual had changed something fundamental within him. Magic responded differently to his call now, more eagerly, more completely. During the night, he'd silently cast a simple lumos, only to find the wandless light nearly blinding. He'd extinguished it quickly, heart racing at the implications. Ron's bed curtains rustled. "You awake?" he whispered. "Yeah," Harry murmured back. "Didn't sleep much. Do you feel different?" Harry considered this. "Like someone removed weights I didn't know I was carrying." Across the dormitory, Neville snored softly while Dean and Seamus began their morning routines. Harry and Ron exchanged meaningful glances. They would talk later, when they could meet Hermione in private. By breakfast, rumors had already begun circulating through the Great Hall. Students whispered behind cupped hands, eyes darting toward the staff table where Dumbledore's seat remained conspicuously empty. "He wasn't at dinner last night either," Hermione noted, sliding onto the bench beside Harry. Her eyes were shadowed from lack of sleep, but alert. "Professor McGonagall keeps looking at the doors." Harry buttered his toast with deliberate calm. "Has anyone actually seen him since last night?" "Dad would know," Ron said through a mouthful of eggs. "He's still in the order." "I could write." "Don't," Harry interrupted. "The old laws operate through magic, not public knowledge. Better if no one connects what's happening to us." Hermione nodded, though her brow remained furrowed with worry. "Harry, your magic, has it changed?" He hesitated, conscious of listening ears around them. "Let's talk after herbology. I need to show you something." The morning passed with excruciating slowness. In herbology, Professor Sprout lectured on the proper harvesting of venomous tentacula seeds, but Harry barely heard her. His awareness of the magic surrounding him, in the plants, the soil, even his classmates, had intensified overnight. He could feel Neville's natural affinity with the greenery, sensed the protective enchantments woven through the castle walls, noticed how Hermione's magic sparked brightly when she answered questions. It was distracting, overwhelming, and exhilarating all at once. After class, they slipped away to the edge of the lake, finding a secluded spot beneath a willow tree. Harry cast privacy charms, simple spells that now flowed from his wand with startling potency. "Blimey," Ron breathed, watching the shimmer of magic settle around them. "That's not normal, mate." "I know." Harry stared at his wand. "Everything's different. Watch this." He pointed at a fallen leaf. Wingardium Leviosa. The leaf didn't merely rise, it shot upward, spinning rapidly as it climbed 50 feet into the air before Harry hastily cancelled the spell. "That's fifth-year magic with post-NEWT power," Hermione said, eyes wide. "The ritual didn't just remove Dumbledore's control over your life, it lifted something from your magic. There's more." Harry hesitated, then extended his empty hand. He focused, feeling the magic respond to his intent rather than formal incantation. A small flame appeared in his palm, dancing merrily without burning him. Wandless magic. Hermione gasped. Harry, that's incredibly advanced. It just happens now, he said, closing his fist to extinguish the flame. Like my magic was bound before and now it's free. Ron whistled low. What about Dumbledore? If you gained power, what did he lose? I don't know, Harry admitted. But I intend to find out. His opportunity came sooner than expected. As they returned to the castle for lunch, Professor McGonagall intercepted them in the entrance hall, her expression grave. Potter, the headmaster would like to see you in his office immediately. Her lips thinned to nearly nothing. Alone. Ron and Hermione exchanged alarmed glances. Is something wrong, Professor? Harry asked, feigning innocence. That is not for me to say. McGonagall's gaze lingered on him, searching. The password is Pepper Imps. As she strode away, Hermione gripped Harry's arm. Be careful. If he knows what you did, he won't try anything, Harry assured her, though his heartbeat quickened. Not with what I know now. The walk to Dumbledore's office felt both shorter and longer than usual. Harry's mind raced, preparing arguments, anticipating accusations. The gargoyle guarding the entrance leapt aside at the password, and the spiral staircase carried him upward. He knocked once on the polished oak door. Enter, came Dumbledore's voice, quieter than Harry remembered. The circular office appeared unchanged at first glance, silver instruments whirring on spindly tables, portraits of former headmasters watching with interest, Fawkes on his golden perch. But Dumbledore himself was transformed. The powerful wizard who had always emanated an aura of vibrant energy now sat hunched behind his desk, looking a decade older than he had just days ago. His skin had a grayish pallor, and his famous twinkling eyes seemed dimmed, like stars obscured by cloud. Ah, Harry. Thank you for coming. Dumbledore gestured to the chair opposite his desk. Please, sit. Harry remained standing. You wanted to see me, headmaster. Something flashed in Dumbledore's eyes, surprise at the coldness in Harry's tone, perhaps, or recognition that something fundamental had shifted between them. I find myself unwell, Harry. A sudden ailment that Madame Pomfrey cannot identify. He studied Harry's impassive face. I wonder if you might have insights into this mysterious malady. What symptoms are you experiencing, sir? Harry asked, his voice carefully neutral. Dumbledore's smile held no warmth. My magic is resisting me. Spells that once came effortlessly now require concentration. Others fail entirely. He steepled his fingers. Most curious, don't you think? Very curious, sir. Harry met his gaze steadily. Almost as curious as a sealed will or a hidden family grimoire. The silence that followed was absolute. Even the silver instruments seemed to pause in their movements. Dumbledore's expression shifted from calculated concern to genuine surprise. You know. I know you ignored my parents' wishes. I know you placed me with the Dursleys when their will explicitly forbade it. I know you took my family's grimoire and my mother's journal. Harry stepped closer to the desk. And I know about the old laws, headmaster. Dumbledore closed his eyes briefly. When he opened them, the calculation was gone, replaced by something Harry had never seen from him before, resignation. How did you discover the will? Gringotts. Blood heirs can unseal documents if guardian malfeasance is suspected. Harry allowed himself a thin smile. The goblins were quite helpful. I see. Dumbledore seemed to age another year before Harry's eyes. And am I correct in assuming that my condition is related to these discoveries? The old laws hold magical guardians accountable, Harry said simply. You betrayed your oath to protect me. Magic itself has judged you. The right of just retribution, Dumbledore murmured. Not invoked in Britain for over a century. He regarded Harry with new respect, tinged with wariness. You ventured into ancient and dangerous magic, Harry. You left me no choice. There are always choices. I made mine believing they were necessary for the greater good, your greater good, Harry interrupted, anger finally bleeding into his voice. Not mine. Not my parents. You cannot understand the complexities, then explain them. Harry's shout startled Fawkes, who rustled his wings in alarm. Explain why you left me to be starved and locked in a cupboard for 10 years. Explain why you hid my heritage. Explain the prophecy you've been keeping from me. Dumbledore's eyes widened at the mention of the prophecy. How much do you know? Enough to understand that you've been grooming me as a weapon against Voldemort. Harry's voice dropped dangerously. Did you ever see me as anything more than that? The silence stretched between them, heavy with unspoken truths. Finally, Dumbledore sighed. I cared for you, Harry. Perhaps not as I should have, but I did care. He gestured weakly. What will you do now? My magic continues to fade. If the process completes, you'll lose what you valued above your duty to me, Harry finished. Whatever that was, control, power, or knowledge. And you believe this is justice? I believe it's consequence. Harry straightened his shoulders. I formally accuse you, Albus Dumbledore, of betraying your magical guardianship under the old laws. Whatever magic takes from you, it does so by its own judgment, not mine. Dumbledore nodded slowly. Very well. But remember this, Harry, there are greater conflicts at play than your justified grievance against me. Voldemort grows stronger. The prophecy will be my concern now. Not yours. Harry turned to leave, then paused at the door. I want my family's grimoire and my mother's journal. Both of them. Tonight. Without waiting for a response, he left the office, heart hammering in his chest. Only when he reached the bottom of the spiral staircase did he allow himself to lean against the wall, legs suddenly weak with the enormity of what had transpired. He had confronted Dumbledore, the greatest wizard of the age, the man who had controlled his life from the shadows, and walked away unscathed. More than that, he had asserted his rightful place as master of his own fate. The old laws had worked. The balance was shifting. He admitted everything. Hermione whispered, eyes wide with disbelief. The three friends had gathered in a secluded corner of the library, away from prying ears. Harry nodded. Not explicitly, but he didn't deny it either. You should have seen him, Hermione. He looked diminished. Blimey, Ron breathed. Dumbledore actually losing his powers. Never thought I'd see the day. It's not complete yet, Harry said. He can still cast spells, but they're weaker. I think the ritual is working gradually. Hermione bit her lip. What happens if he loses all his magic? With Voldemort returning, that's Dumbledore's problem, not Harry's, Ron interjected firmly. He should have thought about that before he decided to lock Harry away with those muggles. Harry appreciated Ron's loyalty, but Hermione's concern wasn't entirely misplaced. If Dumbledore became unable to oppose Voldemort, others would need to step up. Including, perhaps, Harry himself. We need to prepare, he said finally. Not just for OWLS, but for what's coming. Umbridge refuses to teach us practical defense, and with Dumbledore weakening. The DA, Hermione said immediately. We've talked about it before, a secret defense group with you teaching, Harry. Me? Harry blinked. Who better? Ron grinned. You're the best in our year at defense, you fought off 100 Dementors, and now your magic's even stronger. Harry considered it. Teaching others would help them prepare for the coming conflict, but it would also give him a chance to test his enhanced abilities in a controlled environment. And with Dumbledore's secret manipulation exposed, Harry felt a growing responsibility to ensure others could protect themselves. "All right," he agreed. "But we'll need a secure location and a way to communicate that Umbridge can't intercept." Hermione's eyes gleamed with purpose. "Leave that to me." Over the next week, as September melted into October, several significant developments occurred simultaneously. Hermione recruited students for what became known as Dumbledore's Army, a name Harry accepted with ironic amusement. Dumbledore's condition continued to deteriorate visibly, and Dolores Umbridge intensified her grip on Hogwarts through increasingly restrictive educational decrees. Most concerning was the formation of the Inquisitorial Squad, a group of students, primarily Slytherins, granted special authority to enforce Umbridge's rules. Draco Malfoy, newly appointed as their leader, seemed to take particular pleasure in this role. "Potter," he drawled, intercepting Harry in the corridor one afternoon. The silver I badge gleamed on his chest as he blocked Harry's path, flanked by Crabbe and Goyle. "Out of class without a written pass. That'll be 5 points from Gryffindor." Harry met Malfoy's smirk with cool indifference. "I'm on my way to the hospital wing, Malfoy. Unless you prefer I vomit on your new shoes." Malfoy's eyes narrowed. "You look perfectly fine to me. Empty your pockets." "Is there a problem here?" came a new voice. Susan Bones approached from a side corridor, her Hufflepuff prefect badge catching the light. "Inquisitorial Squad business, Bones," Malfoy said dismissively. "Prefects don't outrank us." Susan raised an eyebrow. "Perhaps not, but my Aunt Amelia might take interest in students being harassed in corridors. As head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, she's quite particular about proper procedure." The mention of Amelia Bones, one of the most powerful figures in the Ministry, caused Malfoy to hesitate. "We're conducting an authorized search," he insisted, though with less conviction. "Without reasonable cause?" Susan countered smoothly. "I believe Educational Decree No. 29 specifies that random searches require authorization from High Inquisitor Umbridge directly." She smiled pleasantly. "Do you have such authorization on hand, Malfoy?" Malfoy's pale face flushed. "Watch yourself, Bones. Your aunt won't always be there to hide behind." He jerked his head at Crabbe and Goyle. "Come on." As the Slytherin stalked away, Harry turned to Susan. "Thanks for that. Quick thinking with the educational decree." She grinned. "I made it up. There is no Decree 29, yet." Her expression grew more serious. "You should be careful, Harry. Malfoy's squad has been following you between classes. I've noticed them taking notes on your movements. Umbridge's orders, I'm guessing." Susan nodded. "She doesn't trust you. After what happened at your hearing this summer, and with the prophet calling you a liar about you-know-who." She hesitated. "I believe you, by the way. About his return." "You do?" Harry studied her face, surprised by her directness. "Auntie says the evidence doesn't add up to what Fudge claims." She lowered her voice. "And the old pureblood families can sense when things shift in the magical world. Something dark is rising." The corridor was empty save for the two of them. Harry made a split-second decision. "Susan, would you be interested in learning proper defensive magic? Not the rubbish Umbridge assigns, but practical spells for protection." Her eyes widened slightly. "You're teaching defense?" "Secretly. A few of us are organizing something. First meeting is this weekend in Hogsmeade if you'd like to hear more." He hesitated, then added, "Bring anyone trustworthy." Susan considered this, then nodded firmly. "The Hufflepuffs in my year would join. We remember Cedric. We know what's at stake." As she walked away, Harry felt an unexpected warmth at her confidence in him. Unlike many students who whispered behind his back, Susan Bones had been straightforward, practical, and unafraid to stand up to Malfoy. Her connection to the DMLE through her aunt might prove valuable as well. The first DA meeting in the Hogs had attracted more students than Harry had anticipated. After Hermione explained the purpose of the group, and several students voiced their frustrations with Umbridge's teaching methods, Harry found himself officially named as their instructor. They all signed Hermione's enchanted parchment, binding themselves to secrecy. "The room of requirement will be perfect for our meetings," Hermione explained later as they returned to the castle. "It can become whatever we need, spacious enough for practice, equipped with defensive texts, and Umbridge doesn't know it exists." "Brilliant," Ron agreed. "When do we start?" "Tomorrow evening," Harry decided. "The sooner the better." That night, Harry received a package delivered by an unfamiliar owl. Inside, he found the Potter family grimoire and his mother's journal, along with a brief note in Dumbledore's spidery handwriting, as requested. "The journal contains your mother's most brilliant work, the blood protection that saved you from Voldemort. Study it carefully, Harry. You may need it again. The prophecy you seek is indeed why Tom hunts you. When you are ready to hear it in full, come to me. Some burdens cannot be shirked, only shared." APWBD. Harry traced his fingers over his mother's handwriting in the journal, emotion tightening his throat. Here were her thoughts, her discoveries, her love encoded in spell research and personal reflections. This, along with the grimoire, was his rightful inheritance, knowledge that might have changed everything had he possessed it earlier. He returned them, Hermione said softly, reading over his shoulder. "That's something, at least." "Only because he had no choice," Harry replied. "The old laws are forcing his hand." He opened the journal to a random page, finding a passage that made his heart skip. "James and I completed the blood protection ritual today. It's more powerful than I anticipated, drawing on the Potter family magic through James and my own research into ancient charms. If the worst happens, this should shield Harry not just from Voldemort, but from magical manipulation of any kind. I've encoded the specifics in the grimoire's hidden pages. Should Dumbledore try to override our wishes as James fears, the blood protection will resist external control until Harry comes of age or claims his heritage through the old laws. I only pray it's enough." Harry closed the journal, mind racing. His mother had anticipated Dumbledore's interference and taken steps to counter it. The blood protection hadn't just been against Voldemort, it was meant to protect Harry from anyone who would try to control him. But something had gone wrong. Dumbledore had still managed to place him with the Dursleys, still managed to restrict his knowledge and power. "I need to understand how he did it," Harry murmured. "How he circumvented my mother's protection." "Maybe Luna could help," Ron suggested, earning surprised looks from both Harry and Hermione. "What? She knows loads about obscure magic. Her dad publishes all those weird articles, but some of them have truth in them." "That's actually not a bad idea," Hermione admitted reluctantly. "Luna has an unusual perspective." The next day, Harry sought out Luna Lovegood between classes, finding her by the lake, apparently having an animated conversation with a cluster of water reeds. "Hello, Harry Potter," she said dreamily as he approached, not bothering to look up. "The Dabberblimps told me you'd be coming." Right." Harry sat beside her on the grassy bank. "I wanted to ask you something, Luna. About ancient magic." Now she turned to him, her protuberant silver eyes suddenly sharp with interest. "You've changed," she observed. "Your aura is brighter. The Nargles have left you." Harry blinked, then decided to be direct. "I invoked the old laws against a magical guardian who betrayed me. Do you know anything about blood protection that could be circumvented?" If he'd expected surprise at this revelation, Luna disappointed him. She merely nodded as if he'd commented on the weather. "Old magic requires balance," she said, plucking a reed from the water. "If your guardian found a way around blood protection, he must have used blood himself." She twirled the reed between her fingers. "Whose blood flows in your veins, Harry Potter?" "My parents, obviously," Harry began, then stopped. "And Voldemort's." He used my blood for his resurrection ritual last summer. Luna nodded sagely. Blood freely given protects. Blood forcibly taken creates pathways. If your enemy took your blood, and your guardian used that connection. She shrugged. Magic follows blood, you see. Harry's mind raced. Could Dumbledore have somehow used Harry's blood connection to Voldemort to circumvent Lily's protection? It seemed far-fetched, yet disturbingly plausible. The headmaster had always seemed suspiciously well-informed about Voldemort's activities and thoughts. Luna, do you know anything about runic magic? Specifically how it might relate to blood protection? Oh yes, she said brightly. Daddy published a 7-part series on Norse blood runes last year. I could show you the diagrams. That would be brilliant. Harry hesitated. There's another thing. We're forming a secret defense group to learn practical magic. Would you be interested? Luna's smile was radiant. Friends teaching friends to fight the darkness. I'd love that. Her expression turned solemn. Be careful of the moon phases for your lessons, Harry Potter. Magic flows differently when the moon is waxing. With Luna's cryptic advice in mind, Harry began preparations for the first DA meeting. The room of requirement provided the perfect setting, spacious, equipped with dark detectors and defensive texts, and completely secret from Umbridge and her squad. Welcome to the DA, Harry announced to the assembled students that evening. Nearly 30 had come, from Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, and Ravenclaw. We're here to learn real defensive magic, spells that could save your lives if. When Voldemort makes his move. Many students flinched at the name, but none contradicted him. We'll start with the basics and work our way up, Harry continued. First, the disarming charm. I know some of you think it's elementary, but it saved my life against Voldemort last June. He demonstrated the spell, his enhanced magic causing the training dummy's wand to shoot across the room with such force that it embedded itself in the wall. Several students gasped. You don't need to put quite that much power into it, Harry said, slightly embarrassed. Let's pair up and practice. As the students began practicing, Harry moved among them, offering corrections and encouragement. He noticed Susan Bones mastered the spell quickly, helping Hannah Abbott with her wand movement afterward. When their eyes met across the room, Susan gave him an approving nod that somehow meant more than Hermione's expected praise. The lesson progressed smoothly until Harry demonstrated the stunning spell. His stupefy blasted the practice dummy clear across the room, reducing it to splinters against the far wall. Bloody hell, Harry! Dean Thomas exclaimed. Since when can you do that? Harry felt heat rising in his cheeks. I've been practicing over the summer, he lied. The important thing is the proper wand movement, like this. He deliberately performed a weaker version of the spell for his next demonstration, but the damage was done. Students whispered among themselves, eyeing Harry with renewed interest and, in some cases, wariness. That wasn't just practice, Hermione murmured when they had a moment alone. Your magic is getting stronger, isn't it? As Dumbledore's weakens? Harry nodded grimly. The old laws are transferring something between us. Not just removing his control, but giving me capacity. You'll need to be careful, she warned. If people notice, I know, Harry agreed. I'll work on controlling it better. Over the following weeks, the DA meetings became the highlight of Harry's increasingly complicated life. He discovered he enjoyed teaching, found satisfaction in watching his friends master spells he'd taught them, in seeing their confidence grow with each successful Patronus or shield charm. Meanwhile, his private research progressed. Luna provided ancient runic texts that, combined with his mother's journal, began to illuminate how blood magic operated. Harry spent late nights in the room of requirement, studying the grimoire's hidden pages that detailed the Potter family's unique approach to protective magic. Most fascinating were the sections on magical inheritance, not just the passing of objects and wealth, but of family magic itself. According to the grimoire, the Potter line descended from Linfred of Stinchcombe, a renowned healer whose magical innovations had saved countless lives during medieval plagues. His healing gifts had manifested in each generation since, most strongly in those who invoked the family magic through ritual and intent. Harry discovered a simple ritual to connect more deeply with this inheritance, a binding of intent rather than blood. Late one night, alone in the room of requirement, he performed the ceremony. Seated in a circle of candlelight, he placed his palm on the grimoire's cover and spoke the words written centuries earlier: "I, Harry James Potter, acknowledge my lineage and claim my magical inheritance. By right of blood and intent, I call upon the magic of my ancestors to flow through me. As they healed, so shall I heal. As they protected, so shall I protect. As they endured, so shall I endure." A warmth spread from the book into his hand, up his arm, and throughout his body. It wasn't the dramatic surge of power he'd experienced during the rite of just retribution, but a gentler awakening, as if dormant knowledge in his very cells had been activated. When he opened his eyes, the room seemed sharper somehow, the magical currents more visible. He could sense the ancient enchantments woven through Hogwarts walls with new clarity, could almost taste the different flavors of magic emanating from various objects. On impulse, he pointed his wand at a small cut on his finger from turning the grimoire's pages. "Episky," he whispered. The cut didn't just close, it healed completely, without even a trace of a scar. Harry stared at his unmarked skin, understanding dawning. The Potter family magic wasn't about power in the conventional sense. It was about healing, protection, and endurance, qualities his ancestors had valued above raw magical strength. Qualities that might prove crucial in the coming conflict. As October gave way to November, Harry noticed increasing changes in Dumbledore. The headmaster rarely appeared at meals now, and when he did, he looked haggard and aged. Rumors spread among the students: Dumbledore was ill, Dumbledore was being forced out by the Ministry, Dumbledore was secretly fighting Death Eaters at night. Only Harry, Ron, and Hermione knew the truth: the old laws were extracting their price, steadily draining the power Dumbledore had valued above his sacred duty. Umbridge, meanwhile, seemed to grow more confident with each passing day. Her latest educational decree disbanded all student organizations, forcing the DA to operate with even greater secrecy. The inquisitorial squad, led by an increasingly smug Malfoy, patrolled the corridors like prison guards. "They're watching the 7th floor," Neville reported one afternoon, slightly out of breath from evading Crabbe and Goyle. "I think they suspect something. We need a better way to coordinate meetings," Hermione fretted. "If they catch us all together, I've been working on something," Harry said, pulling a worn galleon from his pocket. "With Luna's help." The coin appeared ordinary at first glance, but closer inspection revealed tiny runes etched around its edge. "It's a communication token," Harry explained. "When I change the serial number on my master coin, all the others heat up and display the same number, the date and time of the next meeting." "That's brilliant, Harry." Hermione examined the coin with admiration. "This is advanced magic, NEWT level at least." Harry shrugged modestly. "Luna helped with the runic arrays. The idea came from my mum's journal. She created something similar for the Order during the First War." As the DA continued to meet clandestinely, Harry's relationship with Susan Bones deepened beyond mere acquaintance. She often stayed after meetings to practice advanced spells, her determination matching his own. Her practical nature and direct approach to problems provided a refreshing contrast to Hermione's analytical overthinking or Ron's occasional impulsiveness. "My aunt says Fudge is putting pressure on the Daily Prophet to discredit you further," she told him one evening as they practiced shield charms. "He's terrified of what might happen if people believe Voldemort is back." Harry was impressed that she used the name without flinching. "Your aunt doesn't agree with him." "Auntie Amelia follows evidence, not politics." Susan's shield deflected Harry's stinging hex with surprising strength. "She's been quietly increasing Auror training, regardless of what Fudge wants." "Smart woman." "She'd like you," Susan said, lowering her wand. "You both have that same quality, you do what's right, not what's easy. Her direct gaze made Harry's pulse quicken unexpectedly. That's rare, Harry. Before he could formulate a response, the door to the room of requirement burst open. Colin Creevey tumbled in, gasping for breath. Inquisitorial squad, he panted. Coming this way, Malfoy and Umbridge both. The room erupted into panicked motion. Students grabbed bags and wands, looking to Harry for direction. Everyone stay calm, he commanded, his voice cutting through the chaos. Exit in groups of 3, different directions. 6th and 7th years, take the younger students. Go. As the DA members began their organized evacuation, Harry turned to the wall where their names were posted. With a wave of his wand, he transfigured the parchment into an ordinary mirror, then addressed the remaining students. We have maybe 2 minutes before they get here. Anyone who leaves now can plausibly deny being part of this group. Go quickly. Most fled immediately, but a core group remained: Ron, Hermione, Neville, Luna, Ginny, and Susan. You should go too, Harry told them. Not bloody likely, Ron replied, drawing his wand. We stand together, Neville added, his round face set with determination. Harry felt a surge of gratitude, but shook his head. I have a plan, but you need to be gone when they arrive. Trust me. After a moment's hesitation, they reluctantly departed, leaving Harry alone in the room of requirement. He quickly transfigured the remaining evidence of their activities, turning practice dummies into armchairs and defensive books into innocuous texts on astronomy. Then he sat in the center of the room, cross-legged on the floor, and opened the Potter grimoire to a specific page. He barely had time to review the necessary words before the door crashed open. Umbridge stood framed in the entrance, her toad-like face flushed with triumph. Behind her, Malfoy smirked, flanked by the hulking forms of Crabbe and Goyle. Well, Umbridge simpered, eyes gleaming as she surveyed the room. Mr. Potter caught in the act of organizing an illegal student group. This time, expulsion is certain. Harry remained seated, oddly calm. I'm not doing anything illegal, Professor. Don't lie to me, she snapped. We have information about your so-called Dumbledore's army. Practicing forbidden spells, conspiring against the ministry. I was meditating, Harry interrupted smoothly. Last I checked, the educational decrees don't forbid that. Malfoy sneered. There were at least 20 students here minutes ago. We tracked them to this corridor. Prove it. Harry's gaze was steady, challenging. Umbridge's eyes narrowed dangerously. Mr. Malfoy, search the room for evidence. Mr. Crabbe, fetch Professor Snape. We'll use Veritaserum if necessary. As Malfoy began rifling through the transfigured items, finding nothing incriminating, Harry slowly rose to his feet. He could feel the old laws humming in his blood, responding to his need. This was the moment to use them publicly for the first time. Professor Umbridge, he said, his voice carrying an authority that made everyone in the room pause. Before you proceed, I should inform you that the students who were here are under my protection. Umbridge gave a high-pitched laugh. Your protection? You have no authority here, Potter. I invoke the Covenant of Sanctuary under the old laws, Harry continued as if she hadn't spoken. With each word, he felt magic gathering around him, responding to the ancient phrases. As heir to the House of Potter, I claim right of protection for those who have sworn allegiance to my cause. The air in the room thickened. A faint golden glow began to emanate from Harry, similar to the protection his mother had cast around his crib in the memory. What nonsense is this? Umbridge demanded, though uncertainty had crept into her voice. Not nonsense, Professor. Magic older than the ministry itself. Harry's eyes never left hers. The old laws recognize the right of ancient houses to protect their allies. Any attempt to force information about the DA from its members, through Veritaserum, legilimency, or coercion, will trigger magical consequences. Malfoy had stopped searching, his pale face even whiter than usual. Unlike Umbridge, he recognized what Harry was invoking, ancient pureblood magic that even the Malfoys respected. "Potter's bluffing," he said, but his voice lacked conviction. "Am I?" Harry raised an eyebrow. The Malfoy family once invoked the same covenant during the Goblin Rebellion of 1612. Your ancestors understood the power of the old laws, Draco. The use of his first name startled Malfoy, as did the reference to his family history. "This is preposterous." Umbridge spluttered. "These archaic customs have no standing in modern wizarding law." "Then you have nothing to fear," Harry said simply. "Use your Veritaserum. Force confessions. But know that if you violate the covenant of sanctuary, the consequences will fall on you, not me." The golden glow around him pulsed once, brightly, then settled into his skin like a barely perceptible shimmer. The magic was anchored now, the old law invoked and active. Umbridge's face contorted with fury. "You dare threaten a ministry official? I'll have you expelled for this." "For what, exactly?" Harry asked calmly. "Studying alone in an unused classroom. Mentioning historical facts. Invoking magic that predates your authority." Before she could respond, Snape arrived, his black robes billowing behind him. "You requested Veritaserum, High Inquisitor." His dark eyes swept the room, lingering on Harry with an unreadable expression. "Yes," Umbridge said tersely. "Potter is hiding something. He's organized and illegal. I'm afraid I cannot provide Veritaserum," Snape interrupted smoothly. "The use of truth serum on students is strictly regulated by the Wisengamot. Without parental consent or evidence of a serious crime." He let the statement hang. Umbridge's face turned an ugly shade of purple. "I am the High Inquisitor. I have the Minister's authorization, which does not supersede the Potion Masters Guild regulations on controlled substances," Snape finished. His gaze flicked to Harry again, noting the fading golden shimmer with narrowed eyes. "Perhaps if you explained the specific accusation." "He's invoked some sort of ancient magic," Malfoy interjected, earning a glare from Umbridge. "Something about the old laws and a covenant of sanctuary." Snape's eyebrow rose fractionally. "Indeed. That would be significant." He turned to Harry. "Potter, what exactly have you done?" Harry met the Potion Master's gaze steadily. "I've ensured that anyone attempting to force information from DA members will find themselves unable to do so, Professor. The old laws protect those under my banner from magical coercion." Snape's expression remained impassive, but something like reluctant respect flickered in his eyes. "The old laws are not to be invoked lightly, Potter. There are always consequences. I'm prepared to accept them." A tense silence filled the room. Finally, Snape turned to Umbridge. "I suggest we adjourn to the headmaster's office. If Potter has indeed invoked ancient magic, Dumbledore should be informed." Umbridge hesitated, clearly torn between her desire to punish Harry immediately and the uncertainty created by his invocation of magic she didn't understand. "Very well," she said finally. "Potter, come with us. Malfoy, continue searching this room for evidence." As Harry followed Umbridge and Snape through the corridors, he felt a strange sense of calm. The old laws hummed within him, power ready to be called upon if needed. He had protected his friends, the first public use of his reclaimed heritage, and it had worked. Whatever confrontation awaited in Dumbledore's office, he would face it with the confidence of someone who had begun to master his inheritance. The gargoyle guarding the headmaster's office leapt aside without a password, an oddity that made Snape frown slightly. They ascended the spiral staircase in silence, tension building with each step. Dumbledore sat behind his desk, looking friendlier than when Harry had last seen him. His hands trembled slightly as he folded them before him. "Dolores, Severus," he greeted them, his voice weaker than Harry remembered. "And Harry. To what do I owe this visit?" "Potter has invoked ancient magic to shield members of an illegal student organization," Umbridge announced without preamble. He claims these bold laws prevent me from questioning students about their involvement. Dumbledore's gaze sharpened as it settled on Harry. The old laws? Most interesting. Which covenant did you invoke, Harry? The covenant of sanctuary, Harry replied evenly. As is my right as heir to my house. Indeed it is, Dumbledore agreed, surprising everyone in the room. The old laws predate the ministry, Dolores. They are bound to family magic and cannot be overridden by educational decrees. Umbridge spluttered incoherently for a moment. Surely you're not suggesting that a 15-year-old boy can simply invoke archaic magic to obstruct ministry business. Age is irrelevant to the old laws, Dumbledore said mildly. Only blood, intent, and right matter. If Harry has successfully invoked the covenant of sanctuary, and I believe he has, given the lingering magical signature, then any attempt to force information from those he has protected would trigger unfortunate consequences. What consequences? Umbridge demanded. Snape answered before Dumbledore could. Magical backlash at minimum. In severe cases, loss of voice, memory, or magical ability related to the coercion attempted. His tone suggested he was reciting from a text. The old laws enforce themselves. Umbridge looked from Snape to Dumbledore to Harry, fury and frustration warring on her face. This is absurd. The minister will hear about this, by all means, informed Cornelius, Dumbledore interjected. Though I suggest consulting with the Department of Mysteries first. They maintain the only complete records of the old laws and their binding nature. Unspeakable Croaker could confirm what I've told you. The mention of the Department of Mysteries sent a chill down Harry's spine, reminding him of the prophecy still hidden there, the key to understanding why Voldemort had targeted him as an infant. Umbridge seemed temporarily at a loss. Her jurisdiction as High Inquisitor, backed by recent ministry decrees, had collided with magic so ancient it was woven into Britain itself. For once, bureaucracy failed her. This isn't over, Potter, she said finally, her voice dangerously sweet. There are many ways to enforce discipline at Hogwarts. She turned on her heel and left, the door slamming behind her. An uncomfortable silence fell over the office. Snape looked between Harry and Dumbledore, his expression calculating. If that will be all, Headmaster, he said finally. Dumbledore nodded. Thank you, Severus. I would like a word with Harry alone. When Snape had departed, Dumbledore gestured to the chair opposite his desk. This time, Harry sat, observing the older wizard with undisguised scrutiny. You've been studying the grimoire, Dumbledore said. It wasn't a question. And my mother's journal, Harry confirmed. They've been enlightening. I imagine so. Dumbledore's trembling hands reached for a cup of tea, which he lifted with visible effort. The covenant of sanctuary is powerful magic, Harry. Few wizards your age could successfully invoke it. Few wizards my age have had their magic artificially suppressed for 14 years, Harry replied pointedly. Dumbledore winced. A fair observation. He took a sip of tea, regarding Harry over his half-moon spectacles. The process continues, as you've no doubt noticed. My magic fades daily. Soon, I may be unable to cast even simple charms. The old laws are taking what you valued above your duty to me, Harry said, neither accusatory nor sympathetic. Control. Power. The ability to manipulate others for your greater good. Yes. Dumbledore's admission hung in the air between them. I don't ask for your forgiveness, Harry. But I do ask that you consider the broader implications. Voldemort grows stronger while I weaken. The Order needs leadership. Then perhaps it's time for new leadership, Harry suggested. Someone who doesn't keep secrets from their allies. Someone who doesn't sacrifice children for strategic advantage. Dumbledore sighed heavily. You speak of ideals, Harry. War demands compromises. Does it? Or is that just what people tell themselves to justify their worst actions? Harry leaned forward. My parents didn't compromise. They died protecting me. They invoked ancient magic to ensure I'd be safe and loved. You compromised their sacrifice for your plans. The word struck home. Dumbledore seemed to shrink further in his chair. What will you do now? He asked finally. With Umbridge targeting you and the old laws redistributing power between us. Harry stood. I'll do what I should have been allowed to do all along, make my own choices. Protect those I care about. Prepare for what's coming. He moved toward the door, then paused. And I'll find out what's in that prophecy. The whole truth, not just the parts you deemed me ready to hear. The prophecy is dangerous knowledge, Harry. Voldemort seeks it desperately, which is exactly why I need to know it before he does. Harry turned back, his expression resolute. You've lost the right to decide what I should know, Headmaster. The old laws have judged you. Magic itself has found you wanting. With those words hanging between them, Harry left the office, closing the door quietly behind him. The confrontation had gone better than he'd anticipated, Umbridge thwarted, the DA protected, and Dumbledore further weakened by the admission of his failures. As Harry descended the spiral staircase, he felt the weight of responsibility settling more firmly on his shoulders. The old laws were working, stripping Dumbledore of his power and transferring it to Harry, not just magical strength, but authority, confidence, and the ability to protect others. With this power came obligation. His friends in the DA now depended on his magical protection. The Order would soon need new leadership as Dumbledore continued to weaken. And somewhere, Voldemort was gathering strength, unaware that the chessboard had been upended, the pieces rearranged. Harry's hand went to his pocket, where the grimoire had been shrunk for easy carrying. Within its pages lay more rituals, more knowledge, more of his heritage waiting to be reclaimed. The blood magic his mother had pioneered. The healing techniques developed by his ancestors. The protective enchantments that had saved his life as an infant. It was time to master them all. Chapter 4, The Price of Betrayal. The silver mist of a Patronus dissolved into the air of Grimmauld Place's kitchen, leaving behind a heavy silence. Remus Lupin's face had gone ashen, his scarred features frozen in disbelief. Across the table, Sirius Black's expression transformed from shock to something approaching savage satisfaction. He did it, Sirius breathed, a wild light kindling in his eyes. By Merlin's bones, Harry actually did it. This changes everything, Remus murmured, gaze unfocused as he processed Kingsley Shacklebolt's message. Albus stripped of guardianship. Harry legally emancipated, the prophecy revealed before the entire Wizengamot. Justice, Sirius said simply, rising from his chair with newfound energy. Finally, some bloody justice. The kitchen door swung open, admitting several Order members who'd received the same summons, Tonks, her hair a subdued brown reflecting her confusion, Arthur and Molly Weasley, both looking troubled, Mundungus Fletcher, fidgeting nervously, and finally Minerva McGonagall, her lips pressed into a thin, bloodless line. Is it true? Molly demanded immediately. Harry invoked ancient magic against Albus. How could he do such a thing? How could he not? Sirius countered, eyes flashing. After what Dumbledore did, Albus has only ever protected the boy. Molly interrupted, face flushing. By leaving him with those magic-hating muggles. By sealing James and Lily's will. Sirius's voice rose dangerously. Some protection. Enough. McGonagall's sharp command cut through the brewing argument. What's done is done. The Wizengamot has ruled, and magic itself has confirmed the judgment. Her stern gaze swept over the gathered Order members. The question now is how we proceed. Proceed with what? Arthur asked quietly. Without Albus as leader, we adapt, came a new voice from the doorway. All heads turned to see Alastor Moody stumping into the kitchen, his magical eye swiveling wildly while his human one remained fixed on the group. Behind him followed Kingsley Shacklebolt, his normally impassive face showing signs of strain. The order continues, Moody growled. War's still coming, Dumbledore or no Dumbledore. But who will lead us? Molly asked, voicing the question hanging unspoken in the air. That, said Kingsley in his deep, measured voice, is precisely what we need to decide. Harry stood in the headmaster's, no, Dumbledore's, private quarters at Hogwarts, surveying the collection of items laid out on a large table. Books, magical artifacts, journals, and a variety of smaller objects that had once belonged to the Potter family, now returned as part of the Wisengamot's restitution order. Professor McGonagall watched from near the door, her expression unreadable as Harry carefully examined each item. All of these were my family's? Harry asked, lifting a delicate silver instrument that resembled a complex astrolabe. So it would seem, McGonagall replied. Albus claimed he was keeping them safe until you were ready. Harry set the instrument down gently. And who decided when I would be ready? McGonagall's silence was answer enough. Among the returned items, several captured Harry's particular attention, a complete set of journals written by his mother, detailing her research into protective magic, the original Potter family grimoire, older and more comprehensive than the copy he had found in the Room of Requirement, and a collection of letters exchanged between his parents during the brief periods they were separated during the First War. I'd like these moved to the Room of Requirement, Harry said, indicating the entire collection. It's the safest place at Hogwarts now. Not your dormitory? Harry met her gaze steadily. Professor Umbridge still has authority here. I wouldn't put it past her to conduct another inspection of Gryffindor Tower. McGonagall's lips thinned, but she nodded. A wise precaution. I'll arrange for the house elves to transport everything discreetly. As Harry turned to leave, McGonagall spoke again, her voice softer than he had ever heard it. Mr. Potter, Harry, what happened at the Wisengamot, was it truly necessary? Albus is suffering the consequences of his actions, Harry finished for her. The old laws didn't punish him for protecting me, Professor. They punished him for controlling me. For deciding my life should be guided by his vision rather than my parents' wishes. The elderly which seemed to age before his eyes. I've served as his deputy for decades. I trusted his judgment without question. And now? She gestured helplessly. Now you're wondering what else he might have decided for others without their knowledge or consent, Harry suggested quietly. McGonagall didn't confirm his words, but the slight flinch told him he had struck close to home. The order is meeting tonight, she said instead. Your presence has been requested. Harry raised an eyebrow. By whom? By several members. Sirius most vocally. She hesitated. Not everyone agrees with your actions, you understand. The order is divided. I didn't invoke the old laws to win a popularity contest, Professor. I did it for justice. Justice, McGonagall echoed, a shadow passing over her features. A noble aim. But justice seldom comes without cost, Mr. Potter. Remember that. The Gryffindor common room erupted into applause when Harry entered that evening, startling him mid-step. Students from all years had gathered, clearly waiting for his return. Fred and George Weasley stood on a table, conducting the impromptu celebration with dramatic flourishes. There he is. Fred, or possibly George, announced grandly. The wizard who brought the great Dumbledore to heel. Harry felt heat rising in his cheeks. That's not, 3 cheers for Potter, the other twin called out, ignoring Harry's protest. Hip hip. Hooray, roared the assembled Gryffindors. This isn't necessary, Harry muttered as Ron appeared at his side, looking both amused and sympathetic. Might as well let them get it out of their system, mate, Ron advised. They've been planning this since the news broke. The news, as Harry quickly discovered, had spread throughout Hogwarts like fiendfire, growing more dramatic with each retelling. According to the current version circulating among the students, Harry had dueled Dumbledore before the entire Wisengamot, stripping him of his magic through ancient combat rites that hadn't been seen since Merlin's time. It wasn't a duel, Harry found himself explaining repeatedly as students pressed around him. It was a legal proceeding. Ancient, yes, but legal. But you did take his magic, right? Dennis Creevy asked eagerly. Colin said you absorbed Dumbledore's powers and that's why you're so much stronger now. That's not exactly, is it true you're legally an adult now? Lavender Brown interrupted. Parvati's sister heard from a Ravenclaw whose father works at the ministry that you've been emancipated. Well, yes, but, are you going to be the new headmaster? A wide-eyed second year asked, prompting snorts of laughter from the older students. Definitely not, Harry said firmly. Look, I appreciate the enthusiasm, but this isn't a celebration. What happened was necessary, but it wasn't something I did lightly. The crowd's mood sobered somewhat at his serious tone. Seizing the opportunity, Harry pushed through toward the stairs, eager to escape the attention. He caught glimpses of different reactions among his housemates, admiration from most, confusion from some, and from a few of the older students, wariness. Not everyone saw his invocation of the old laws as heroic, Harry realized. Some understood, better than the cheering crowd, the significance of what he had done, challenging not just Dumbledore the man, but the entire system of authority he represented. Hermione was waiting in a quiet corner, her expression troubled as Harry approached. I tried to temper their expectations, she said, nodding toward the gradually dispersing crowd. But you know how Hogwarts is with rumors. It's fine, Harry sighed. Better enthusiasm than hostility, I suppose. Oh, there's plenty of that too, just not in Gryffindor. Hermione lowered her voice. The Slytherins are split, some think you've proven yourself a proper pure-blood heir by invoking the old laws, others are calling for your expulsion for attacking the headmaster. The Ravenclaws are debating the ethics and historical precedents. And the Hufflepuffs are standing with me, came Susan's voice as she approached from the portrait hole, drawing surprised looks from nearby Gryffindors. At least, those who understand what really happened are. How did you get in here? Ron asked, joining their conversation. Susan smiled slightly. Neville let me in. He's been explaining the significance of the old laws to anyone who will listen. Her expression grew more serious as she turned to Harry. My aunt sent me a message. The ministry's in an uproar. Fudge is trying to spin this as proof of Dumbledore's incompetence while simultaneously claiming you've gone dark for using ancient magic. Typical, Harry muttered. The important part, Susan continued, is that a faction of the Wizengamot, mostly the older families, has formally recognized your status as an emancipated heir. You now have full voting rights in any Wizengamot session. The implications took a moment to sink in. I can vote? Harry asked. As in, help make laws. The Potter seat has been inactive since your parents died, Susan confirmed. As the recognized heir, you can now claim it. She hesitated. There's something else. The goblins have contacted my aunt. The financial restitution ordered by the Wizengamot has been calculated. It's substantial. How substantial? Hermione asked. Enough to make you one of the wealthiest wizards in Britain, Susan replied, watching Harry's face carefully. 14 years of interest on your full inheritance, plus penalties for withholding access, plus compensation for emotional damages. Harry felt slightly ill. I don't want Dumbledore's money. It's not about want, Susan said gently. It's about balance. The old laws operate on principle of equivalent exchange. Dumbledore valued control over his duty to you, so he loses control of his assets. It's symbolic as much as punitive. Before Harry could respond, a silvery dog, Sirius's Patronus, bounded through the common room, causing several students to shriek in surprise. It stopped before Harry, speaking in Sirius's voice, meeting tonight. Headquarters. 8 o'clock. Bring only those you trust absolutely. The Patronus dissolved, leaving a stunned silence in its wake. Subtle, Ron muttered. He must not realize half of Gryffindor is watching, Hermione said, glancing nervously at the gathered students. Harry made a quick decision. "Susan, can you contact your aunt? Tell her about the order meeting tonight. She should be there." Susan nodded, understanding the significance. "She'll come. But Harry, are you sure about this? Expanding the order's membership is a big step. The order needs new leadership," Harry said firmly. "People who won't keep secrets or make unilateral decisions about others' lives." He glanced at the time. "We have 2 hours before the meeting. I need to visit the room of requirement first." "What for?" Ron asked. "I need to collect something from my parents' belongings," Harry replied. "Something that might help unite the order behind a new purpose." Grimmauld Place seethed with tension when Harry arrived with Ron, Hermione, and Susan shortly before 8. They had traveled by fleur from McGonagall's office, emerging into the gloomy kitchen where several order members already waited, their conversations halting abruptly at Harry's appearance. Sirius rose immediately, crossing the room in 3 quick strides to pull Harry into a fierce embrace. "Proud of you," he murmured against Harry's ear. "Your father would have done the same." "Thanks," Harry replied softly, drawing strength from his godfather's unequivocal support. Not everyone shared Sirius's enthusiasm. Molly Weasley's greeting was stiff, her usual motherly hug noticeably absent. Mundungus Fletcher avoided meeting Harry's eye entirely. Others seemed uncertain, watching Harry with expressions ranging from curiosity to thinly veiled suspicion. The atmosphere grew even more charged when Amelia Bones arrived, her monocle glinting in the kitchen's dim light as she surveyed the gathered order members with professional assessment. "Madam Bones," Moody acknowledged, his magical eye fixed on her. "Wasn't aware you'd been inducted into the order." "I haven't been," Amelia replied calmly. "I'm here at Mr. Potter's invitation, as I believe this meeting concerns the restructuring of your organization following recent events." "Recent events," Molly repeated with a humorless laugh. "Is that what we're calling it when a 15-year-old boy, legally emancipated wizard," Sirius corrected sharply, "uses ancient magic to attack the greatest wizard of our age?" Molly finished, ignoring the interruption. "I didn't attack anyone," Harry said, his quiet voice somehow cutting through the rising tension. "I sought justice through legitimate magical channels. The Wizengamot confirmed the validity of my claim, and magic itself judged Dumbledore's actions. And left us vulnerable in the process," Moody growled. "The order needs leadership. Structure." With Dumbledore weakened, the kitchen door opened, and conversation ceased as Albus Dumbledore himself entered the room. The change in him was even more pronounced than it had been at the Wizengamot. He moved slowly, like a man twice his considerable age, his tall frame stooped and thin. The vibrant colors he typically favored had been replaced by simple gray robes that hung loosely on his diminished frame. But most striking was the absence of the magical aura that had always surrounded him, that subtle pressure of power that one felt in his presence without consciously recognizing it. "Good evening," he said, his voice soft but steady. "I see we have quite a gathering." The silence that followed was excruciating. Order members exchanged uncomfortable glances, caught between their long-standing respect for Dumbledore and the undeniable evidence of his diminished state. "Albus," McGonagall finally said, her voice gentler than Harry had ever heard it. "Should you be here? After everything?" "This meeting concerns me as much as anyone," Dumbledore replied, making his way to a chair that Remus hastily pulled out for him. "Perhaps more so." His gaze found Harry across the room. "I assume this gathering was prompted by yesterday's Wizengamot session?" Harry nodded, refusing to look away despite the complicated emotions churning within him. Seeing Dumbledore so weakened brought no satisfaction, only a hollow sense that justice, while necessary, was rarely clean or simple. "The Order needs to decide how to move forward," he said. "With Voldemort gaining strength, we can't afford disunity or indecision." Moody grunted approval. "Potter's right. War doesn't wait for leadership squabbles." "And who exactly will be leading?" Arthur Weasley asked, glancing between Dumbledore, Moody, and surprisingly, Harry. Albus has been our guide since the First War. Perhaps it's time for collective leadership, Kingsley suggested, his deep voice thoughtful. No single person making decisions for all. A council, Amelia Bones said with approval. Representing different aspects of our society. Aurors, educators, ministry officials, family heads. And what about security? Molly demanded. The more people involved in leadership, the greater the risk of infiltration. We use magical oaths, Harry said, drawing surprised looks. Binding commitments to protect the Order's secrets and members. Blood oaths, you mean? Molly asked suspiciously. More ancient magic. Not blood oaths, Harry clarified, though he had indeed been reading about such magic in his family grimoire. Standard magical contracts, but with specific clauses about security and confidentiality. The boy's suggestion has merit, Moody said gruffly. Been advocating for stricter security protocols myself. Dumbledore, who had been quietly observing the discussion, spoke up. Before decisions are made, I believe I should clarify my current position. He straightened slightly in his chair, a visible effort. My magic continues to diminish, as the old laws extract their price for my misjudgments. I can still perform basic spell work, but anything requiring significant power is beyond me now. The admission seemed to cost him, his dignity, all that remained of his former authority. The Order was founded to oppose Voldemort's ideology of hatred and supremacy, he continued. That purpose remains valid, regardless of who leads. I offer whatever counsel I can still provide, but recognize that new leadership is not merely advisable but necessary. His gaze swept the room, settling finally on Harry. The old laws have judged, and magic has redistributed what was improperly held. Mr. Potter has not merely claimed his inheritance, he has inherited responsibilities I failed to properly discharge. The transfer is not merely symbolic. What exactly are you saying, Albus? McGonagall asked sharply. I am saying, Dumbledore replied with the ghost of his former gentle firmness, that the magic I once wielded has found a new vessel. Harry now carries not only his own considerable power, but much of what I once commanded. All eyes turned to Harry, who shifted uncomfortably under the collective scrutiny. It's not quite like that, he said. I didn't take Professor Dumbledore's magic, exactly. The old laws released suppressed aspects of my own abilities, and then added something else. A capacity, maybe, or a connection to magical currents I couldn't access before. Show them, Harry, Sirius encouraged quietly. After a moment's hesitation, Harry stood and moved to the center of the kitchen, where space was clearest. He drew his wand, focusing on a simple spell that would nevertheless demonstrate the change in his magical capability. Lumos, he said softly. Light bloomed from his wand tip, not the usual gentle glow, but a radiance that filled the kitchen with brightness rivaling daylight, casting sharp-edged shadows and reflecting brilliantly from metal surfaces. Several Order members raised hands to shield their eyes. Nox, Harry whispered, and the light extinguished instantly. Sweet Merlin, someone murmured. That's just illumination, Sirius said proudly. You should see what he can do with shield charms now. The point, Harry interjected, uncomfortable with being displayed like a curiosity, is that I didn't seek this power for its own sake. It came with the rebalancing of what was taken from me, my heritage, my autonomy, my right to know my own destiny. He reached into his robes and withdrew a small leather-bound book. Which brings me to why I called this meeting. This is my mother's research journal. Her last entries detail the protective magic she created, the sacrifice that shielded me from Voldemort's killing curse. Dumbledore leaned forward, sudden interest animating his tired features. You've deciphered Lily's work. Hermione helped, Harry acknowledged. The protection wasn't just a mother's love, though that was the foundation. It was a complex layering of Potter family magic, healing and protection spells developed over generations, combined with my mother's innovative charm work. And it wasn't meant to be a one-time defense. What do you mean? Remus asked, his scholarly interest piqued. Harry opened the journal to a marked page. She designed it to be replicable. Adaptable. The core principles could be modified to protect homes, communities, even institutions. The implications settled over the room like a physical weight. You're suggesting we could recreate Lily's protection for others? McGonagall asked, voice barely above a whisper. Not exactly the same, the sacrificial component was unique, Harry clarified. But the underlying magical framework? Yes. My mother believed protection wasn't something you improvised in a moment of crisis. It was something you built methodically, layer by layer, anchored in love but executed through precise magical engineering. Hermione stepped forward. We've already begun adapting her formulas to create protective charms for DA members. Small-scale versions that can shield against minor to moderate dark magic. This. Moody's normal eye had widened slightly, his magical one fixed unnervingly on the journal. This could change everything. It already has, Harry said quietly. The old laws didn't just restore what was taken from me. They've given us a weapon Voldemort doesn't expect, knowledge he doesn't have. Dumbledore's expression was complex, pride and regret mingled with something harder to define. I always believed Lily's protection was unique, unreproducible. A beautiful, terrible singularity born of the ultimate sacrifice. He shook his head slowly. Yet another assumption I made without sufficient investigation. We all did, Remus said softly. None of us thought to look deeper. So what now? Arthur asked, bringing the conversation back to practical matters. We have new protective magic, potentially new leadership, and a weakened but still present Dumbledore. How does this change our strategy against you-know-who? We stop reacting and start acting, Harry said with newfound confidence. Voldemort expects us to be defensive, hiding, protecting, reacting to his moves. We need to identify his vulnerabilities and exploit them. Starting with the prophecy, Sirius added. A chill ran through Harry. What about it? Voldemort still only knows the first half, Sirius explained. He's obsessed with hearing the full prophecy, it's why the Order's been guarding the Department of Mysteries for months. Which you would have told me if someone hadn't insisted on keeping me in the dark all summer, Harry couldn't help pointing out, his gaze flicking to Dumbledore. A mistake among many, Dumbledore acknowledged quietly. One that nearly proved fatal when Voldemort attempted to lure you to the Ministry through false visions. Those dreams. Harry's hand unconsciously moved to his scar. You knew they were from Voldemort? I suspected, Dumbledore admitted. Your connection to him has always been unique. Amelia Bones, who had been listening intently to the exchange, spoke up. If you know who seeks this prophecy record, perhaps it's time to deny him the opportunity. The Department of Mysteries operates under my broader authority. I could arrange for the prophecy to be moved to a more secure location, or even destroyed, if Mr. Potter consents, as it concerns him directly. No, Harry said firmly, surprising everyone. We don't destroy it. We use it. Use it how? Kingsley asked, leaning forward with interest. As bait, Harry replied simply. Voldemort wants it desperately. Let's make him think he has a chance to get it, but on our terms, with our preparations in place. A slow smile spread across Moody's scarred face. Now you're thinking like an Auror, Potter. Set the battlefield, control the engagement. It's too dangerous, Molly protested immediately. Using the actual prophecy as bait? If you know who succeeded, he only succeeds if we fail, Harry countered. And I don't plan to fail. Not with proper planning and the right team. The kitchen erupted into debate, some supporting Harry's aggressive approach, others advocating caution. Throughout it all, Harry noticed Dumbledore watching him with an unreadable expression, neither endorsing nor opposing his suggestion. Finally, after nearly 20 minutes of increasingly heated discussion, Amelia Bones raised her hand for silence. This debate demonstrates precisely why a council approach to leadership is needed, she said firmly. No single perspective encompasses all considerations. She looked directly at Harry. Your suggestion has tactical merit, but requires careful execution. I propose we form a planning committee to develop a detailed operation, with appropriate safeguards and contingencies. I volunteer, Moody growled immediately. As do I, Kingsley added. I'll represent the Department of Mysteries, Amelia said. We'll need their cooperation. Harry should lead it, Sirius declared, causing several objections to rise immediately. He's just a boy. Molly protested. He's the subject of the prophecy, Sirius countered. And he's demonstrated more magical capability and tactical thinking than half the adults here. Perhaps, Dumbledore interjected gently, his soft voice somehow cutting through the argument, a compromise is in order. Harry's involvement is essential, given his central role in these events. But experience must also be respected. He looked directly at Harry. Would you accept guidance while maintaining significant input in the planning? Harry considered this, aware of the many eyes upon him. Part of him, the part still burning with justified anger at being controlled and manipulated, wanted to reject any limitation on his authority. But another part recognized the wisdom in Dumbledore's suggestion. I'll accept guidance, he said finally. But not control. There's a difference. Well articulated, Amelia approved. Then it's settled. The planning committee will develop a controlled operation centered on the prophecy, with Mr. Potter having significant input but not unilateral authority. She glanced around the kitchen. As for the broader question of order leadership, I propose a formal council of 7, a magically significant number. Nominations should be submitted within the week, with installation at the next full meeting. The structure brought immediate relief to the room, a path forward had been established, balancing traditional authority with new energy. As the meeting shifted to logistical matters, Harry found himself watching Dumbledore, who had fallen silent, conserving his clearly limited energy. The old wizard met his gaze across the room, and Harry was surprised to see not resentment but a complex mixture of resignation and something that might have been pride. Dumbledore inclined his head slightly, not quite a bow, but an acknowledgement. The torch was passing. Not in the way either of them might have expected or chosen, but passing nonetheless. The next 2 weeks passed in a whirlwind of activity. At Hogwarts, Umbridge's power grew as Dumbledore's presence diminished. He remained headmaster nominally, but spent much of his time in his private quarters, emerging rarely and delegating most duties to McGonagall. The High Inquisitor, sensing weakness, implemented new educational decrees with increasing frequency, each more restrictive than the last. The castle corridors became hostile territory, patrolled by the inquisitorial squad with Draco Malfoy at its head, drunk on his newfound authority. Against this oppressive backdrop, the DA flourished in secret. Membership swelled as word spread, carefully, selectively, about Harry's successful invocation of ancient magic and his newly recognized status. The protective charms adapted from Lily Potter's research proved effective in small skirmishes with the inquisitorial squad, creating a growing mystique around Harry's leadership. Again, Harry instructed, pacing before a line of DA members practicing shield charms. Remember, it's not just about the incantation, it's about the intent. Picture the shield forming from your core, not just from your wand. Susan, partnered with Hannah Abbott, demonstrated the technique perfectly, a shimmering dome of protective energy expanding outward from her center rather than just projecting from her wand tip. The modified shield, one of Lily's innovations, provided 270-degree protection rather than the standard frontal barrier. Excellent, Harry approved, pausing beside them. You've mastered the form perfectly. Susan smiled, a hint of color rising in her cheeks. I had a good teacher. Their relationship had deepened in the weeks following the Wisengamot hearing. What began as shared purpose had evolved into genuine connection, stolen moments between classes, late-night conversations in the room of requirement, quiet understanding that required no words. Unlike the awkward, stumbling attraction Harry had felt for Cho Chang the previous year, his connection with Susan felt natural, unforced. She challenged him intellectually, supported him emotionally, and matched him magically in ways that created balance rather than competition. "Harry?" Neville called from across the room. "I think I've found something in that book you lent me. About anchoring protective charms to physical objects." Harry joined him at a small table where Neville had spread out several texts, including a copied section of the Potter Grimoire dealing with protective enchantments. "Look here," Neville said, pointing to a diagram. "Your ancestors developed a method for embedding shields into everyday items, rings, pendants, even clothing. If we combine that with your mum's layered protection approach, we could create defensive items for every DA member," Harry finished, excitement building. "Neville, that's brilliant." Neville flushed with pleasure. "Gran sent me some family notes about similar magic the Longbottoms used during the Grindelwald War. I think the techniques are compatible." This was another unexpected development, the awakening of old family magics across multiple bloodlines. As word spread about Harry's successful invocation of the old laws, other students from ancient families began exploring their own heritage. Neville had written to his grandmother requesting family grimoires. Susan had received similar materials from her aunt. Even Luna Lovegood had contributed unusual but effective protective charms from the Lovegood family archives. The DA was evolving from a simple defense study group into something more significant, a coalition of young witches and wizards reconnecting with their magical heritage while developing new applications for ancient knowledge. As the session concluded, Harry called for everyone's attention. "Great work today, everyone. Your progress is incredible." He hesitated, then continued, "I want to acknowledge something important. What we're creating here isn't just about passing OWLS or even surviving Voldemort. It's about rediscovering magic that's been forgotten or suppressed." He looked around at their attentive faces. "The Ministry wants us to believe magic is just about standardized spells and regulated techniques. But our ancestors knew better. They understood magic as something deeper, more connected to our identities and intentions. That knowledge hasn't been lost, just hidden away in family grimoires and ancient texts, waiting for us to reclaim it." Murmurs of agreement rippled through the room. Even those from Muggle backgrounds nodded thoughtfully, having witnessed the effectiveness of these recovered magical approaches. "For our next sessions, I want us to focus on collaborative magic," Harry continued. "Combining different family techniques to create something greater than any individual approach. Neville's plant-based defenses with Susan's protective barriers. Luna's misdirection charms with Hermione's detection spells. Working together multiplies our strength." The enthusiasm was palpable as the meeting dispersed, students leaving in small groups to avoid detection. Harry remained behind with Ron, Hermione, and Susan to clean up the practice area. "Collaborative magic," Hermione said approvingly. "That's a significant evolution from dueling practice." "It makes sense," Harry replied, storing practice cushions with a wave of his wand. "Voldemort's followers operate individually, competing for his favor. Their strength is in fear and destructive power. Ours should be in how we work together." "Speaking of working together," Ron said, lowering his voice, "any news from the Order's planning committee about the Department of Mysteries operation?" Harry nodded, casting a quick privacy charm before responding. "It's set for 3 days from now. Limited personnel, carefully selected. Moody's designed a containment scenario using the prophecy as bait, but with multiple layers of security." "And you're going?" Hermione asked, concern evident in her voice. "I have to," Harry said simply. "The prophecy can only be retrieved by those it concerns directly, me or Voldemort. We're using that restriction as part of the trap." "It's still dangerous," Susan observed, moving to stand beside him. "Even with all the precautions." "Everything about opposing Voldemort is dangerous," Harry replied, appreciating her concern without yielding to it. "But this is the first time we're setting the terms of engagement instead of just reacting." The door to the room of requirement opened suddenly, revealing Neville's alarmed face. "Harry!" Umbridge knows, someone betrayed us. The Inquisitorial Squad is rounding up DA members on the 4th floor. Harry's mind shifted instantly to tactical mode. How many captured so far? At least 6, Neville reported grimly. They're using those detection rods Filch got last week. They can sense the residual magic from our practice. The protective charms, Hermione realized. They leave a magical signature. Harry made a quick decision. Ron, get to the Ollery and send a warning to anyone who's already left. Hermione, find McGonagall, she needs to know what's happening. Susan, contact your aunt through that secure communication method you mentioned. Neville, you're with me, we're going to create a diversion. They moved with practiced efficiency, each understanding their role without need for further explanation. As the others departed on their missions, Harry turned to Neville. Ready to test those explosive seed pods you've been developing? A slow, determined smile spread across Neville's round face. Absolutely. 10 minutes later, the 4th floor corridor erupted in chaos as dozens of modified bouncing bulbs, enhanced by Neville's experimental fertilizer and triggered by a timing charm, detonated in a sequence of colorful, distracting explosions. Harmless but spectacular, they created enough confusion for the captured DA members to slip away in the ensuing disorder. Harry and Neville, hidden beneath the invisibility cloak, guided their escaped comrades through secret passages known only to Fred and George Weasley's inner circle. As they reached the relative safety of the library, where many students provided natural cover, Harry felt a familiar presence approaching, not physically, but magically. Dumbledore's coming, he murmured to Neville. I can feel him. Sure enough, moments later a message rippled through the castle. All students were to return to their common rooms immediately by order of the headmaster. The unusual directive created perfect cover for the remaining DA members to disperse without further detection. In the Gryffindor common room, Harry found McGonagall waiting, her expression grave. Mr. Potter, she said quietly, the headmaster wishes to speak with you. Alone. About the DA? Harry asked, already calculating possible explanations or defenses. About something far more urgent, McGonagall replied. It concerns the Department of Mysteries. Dumbledore's office felt different. The silver instruments that had once whirred and puffed smoke now sat mostly silent, as if they too had lost their magical vitality. Fawkes remained on his perch, but his normally brilliant plumage seemed subdued in the dimmed lighting. The headmaster himself sat behind his desk, looking more substantial than he had at Grimmauld Place, though still diminished from his former self. Thank you for coming, Harry, he said, gesturing to the chair opposite. I apologize for the dramatic summons, but circumstances require immediate attention. What's happened? Harry asked, remaining standing. Voldemort has made his move, Dumbledore said simply. Earlier than our planning committee anticipated. He has sent a team of Death Eaters to infiltrate the Department of Mysteries tonight. Harry's pulse quickened. How do you know? Severus, Dumbledore replied. He was informed only hours ago. Voldemort has become increasingly secretive, even with his inner circle. The attack is scheduled for midnight. But the Order's trap isn't ready, Harry said, mind racing. Moody said they needed 3 more days to finalize the containment procedures. Indeed. Dumbledore's gaze was steady. Which presents us with a difficult choice. Alert the Ministry to evacuate the prophecy, thereby losing our opportunity to confront Voldemort's forces on our terms. Or accelerate our plans, adapting to the changed timeline with whatever resources we can muster quickly. Harry understood immediately. You're asking my opinion. Whether to proceed or retreat? I am asking the opinion of someone directly affected by this decision, yes. Dumbledore's tone held no condescension. The prophecy concerns you. The operation was substantially your idea. And most importantly, your enhanced magical capabilities would be crucial to any hastily arranged confrontation. Harry paced briefly, weighing the options. Who's available from the Order on short notice? Sirius, certainly, he has been practically living at headquarters awaiting action. Remus. Possibly Kingsley, though his Auror duties complicate matters. Alastair, if he can be reached in time. Perhaps a few others. Not you. A shadow passed over Dumbledore's features. My current condition makes me more liability than asset in direct combat, I fear. Harry nodded, having expected this answer. We proceed, he decided. With a modified approach. Smaller team, focused objectives, protect the prophecy, capture as many Death Eaters as possible for intelligence, and withdraw before Voldemort himself can arrive. You understand he may anticipate such a response? Dumbledore asked. This could still be a trap, not for the prophecy, but for you. I'm counting on it, Harry replied with grim determination. But traps work both ways. Dumbledore studied him for a long moment. You have changed, Harry. Not just in magical capability, but in perspective. Having your autonomy restored after years of manipulation tends to do that, Harry said, not harshly but matter-of-factly. Indeed. Dumbledore rose slowly from his chair. I shall contact the available Order members immediately. You should prepare yourself, both mentally and magically. I'll need to bring Ron and Hermione, Harry said. It wasn't a request. I anticipated as much, Dumbledore sighed. Though I must register my concern about involving students in what will likely be a dangerous confrontation. They've been involved since first year, Harry pointed out. The difference now is that we're acknowledging it and preparing properly, not pretending they can be protected through ignorance. He moved toward the door, then paused. Professor, despite everything, I would value your tactical input. You know the Department of Mysteries better than I do. Something like the old twinkle briefly animated Dumbledore's tired eyes. Then let us review the floor plans together. The department contains many secrets, some of which might prove advantageous in tonight's encounter. The Ministry of Magic was eerily silent at 11:30 p.m. The atrium, so bustling during business hours, stood empty save for a single night security wizard dozing at his desk. The fountain's gently splashing water echoed in the cavernous space, providing cover for the soft pops of apparition as Order members arrived in a pre-designated corner. Harry materialized beside Sirius, who gripped his shoulder briefly in greeting. Ron and Hermione appeared moments later, followed by Remus, Tonks, and finally Moody, his magical eye swiveling wildly to survey their surroundings. Security's lighter than expected, Moody growled softly. Not a good sign. Infiltrated? Remus suggested. Or deliberately reduced, Tonks murmured. Someone in the ministry could be helping them. Harry activated the communication pendant Susan had provided, a Bones family heirloom enchanted for secure messaging. Team in position, he murmured. The pendant warmed briefly, acknowledging the transmission. At Amelia Bones's office in another section of the ministry, the matching pendant would be relaying their status. While she couldn't officially participate in the operation, she had positioned herself to provide emergency backup if required, with a squad of her most trusted Aurors on standby alert. Remember the plan, Harry said quietly as they moved toward the elevators. We secure the prophecy hall first, establish defensive positions, and wait for them to enter. No engagement until they're fully committed. The plan was simple by necessity, having been hastily assembled in the hours after Dumbledore's warning. They would use the Death Eater's own infiltration against them, allowing them to penetrate deep into the Department of Mysteries before springing a carefully laid trap. The elevator descended silently to level 9. As they exited into the black-tiled corridor, Hermione cast detection charms while Ron monitored a modified version of the Marauders map, one they had created specifically for this operation, using architectural plans of the department that Amelia had provided. Nothing yet, Hermione whispered. No magical signatures besides ours. They'll come through the service entrance, Moody predicted. Maintenance shaft connects to a Muggle building 3 blocks away. Old emergency evacuation route, mostly forgotten. They reached the plain black door at the corridor's end. Harry touched it, remembering Dumbledore's warning, the department disorients visitors by design. Keep your objective firmly in mind, or the rooms will lead you astray. The door swung open silently, revealing a circular room with identical black doors set at equal intervals around the wall, candles with blue flames providing eerie illumination. Hall of Prophecy, Harry thought firmly as they entered. We seek the Hall of Prophecy. The room rotated once, disorienting but not confusing them, before a door directly ahead glowed slightly. Following Dumbledore's advice had worked, the room had responded to their clearly held intention. Through the indicated door they found a vast chamber filled with towering shelves, each laden with small glass orbs that emitted a faint, ghostly light. The Hall of Prophecy, exactly where they needed to be. Row 97, Harry whispered, consulting the floor plan. That's where my prophecy is kept. They moved silently through the cavernous space, passing shelf after shelf of recorded prophecies, the accumulated predictions of seers throughout British wizarding history. The effect was both awe-inspiring and unsettling, thousands of glass orbs containing words that had shaped countless lives. When they reached row 97, Harry found it immediately, a small, dusty sphere bearing a yellowed label, SPT to APWBD Dark Lord and Harry Potter, this is it, he murmured, reaching for the prophecy. Don't touch it yet, Moody warned. We need it in place for the trap. They quickly established defensive positions, Tonks and Remus hidden at the end of the row, Moody and Sirius concealed among neighboring shelves, Ron and Hermione guarding the main approach, and Harry positioned directly before the prophecy, though partially concealed by a disillusionment charm. For nearly 20 minutes, they waited in complete silence. Then, finally, Hermione's detection charm vibrated, magical signatures were approaching from the direction of the maintenance entrance. 8 signatures, she whispered through their communication charm. Moving together, not trying to conceal their magic. Confident, Sirius commented softly. They're not expecting resistance. Perfect, Harry replied. The Death Eaters entered the Hall of Prophecy with minimal caution, their black robes and silver masks visible in the dim light of the prophecy orbs. They moved purposefully, clearly having been briefed on exactly where to find what they sought. Harry recognized Lucius Malfoy immediately, his distinctive silver blonde hair visible beneath his hood, his aristocratic bearing unmistakable even in Death Eater garb. Beside him walked a woman whose wild movements and manic energy could only belong to Bellatrix Lestrange, recently escaped from Azkaban. It should be here, Malfoy was saying, his cultured voice carrying in the silent hall. Row 97, near the center. The Dark Lord was most specific, Bellatrix replied, her voice unsettlingly childlike. Potter's prophecy must be secured intact. They approached row 97, 6 other Death Eaters spreading out to guard the approaches. Harry tensed, waiting for the perfect moment, when they were fully committed, when retreat would be most difficult. Malfoy spotted the prophecy, reaching for it with gloved hands. Now! Harry shouted, dropping his disillusionment charm and casting simultaneously. Protego Maxima. His shield erupted with unprecedented force, expanding outward in a dome that separated Malfoy and Bellatrix from their comrades. At the same moment, the other Order members revealed themselves, casting containment charms from multiple angles. Chaos erupted instantly. Caught off guard, the Death Eaters still reacted with practiced coordination, falling back into defensive formations and returning fire with lethal curses. Crucio! Bellatrix screamed, her curse splashing harmlessly against Harry's shield. Avada Kedavra, countered another Death Eater, the killing curse narrowly missing Remus as he dove behind a shelf. The battle transformed the orderly hall into a storm of magical energy, spells ricocheting off shelves and shattering prophecy orbs. Ghostly figures rose from the broken spheres, their predictions lost in the din of combat. Harry found himself facing Malfoy directly, the aristocratic Death Eater surprise evident even behind his mask. Potter, he snarled, casting a cutting curse that Harry deflected with casual ease. You were not supposed to be here. Change of plans, Harry replied, responding with a precisely aimed stunning spell that Malfoy barely blocked. Nearby, Sirius dueled Bellatrix with ferocious intensity, their family connection lending personal animosity to each exchange. "Hello, cousin." Sirius taunted, deflecting her curses with elegant wand work. Family reunion in the oddest places. Blood traitor. Bellatrix shrieked, her spellwork as chaotic as her mental state. "The House of Black will be purged of vermin like you." As the battle raged, Harry maintained awareness of the larger tactical situation. The Order members were holding their own, but the Death Eaters fought with desperate intensity. They had clearly been ordered not to return to Voldemort empty-handed. "Accio prophecy," one masked Death Eater shouted, attempting to summon the orb from where it still sat on the shelf. Harry countered with a quick protego, before the summoning charm could take effect. The prophecy remained in place, though precariously balanced from the magical turbulence surrounding it. "Hermione." "Ron." Harry called. Plan Mandrake. It was one of the contingencies they had developed, a synchronized casting of specialized shield charms designed to contain and disorient opponents. Adapted from Harry's mother's research and enhanced with Potter family magic, it required precise timing but created a devastating effect when executed properly. Hermione immediately began the complex wand work required, while Ron moved to the position they had designated during planning. As Harry completed the triangulation, all three cast simultaneously, protego sonus. The specialized shields erupted from their wands, connecting midair to form a dome of visible magic. Unlike standard protego charms, these shields generated a penetrating, high-pitched sound upon activation, one that affected only those within their boundary. For Death Eaters caught inside the dome clutched their heads in agony, their concentration shattered by the magically amplified sound. "Incarcerus." Tonks called, binding the disoriented Death Eaters with conjured ropes while they were vulnerable. "Clever," Moody approved grimly, stunning a fifth Death Eater who had attempted to flee. The tide had turned decisively in their favor when a new magical presence entered the hall, one so powerful it made the air itself seem to vibrate with malevolent energy. "Voldemort," Harry gasped, recognizing the distinctive magical signature that made his scar prickle uncomfortably. "Fall back." Sirius shouted, recognizing the danger immediately. "Grab the prophecy and retreat." Harry lunged for the prophecy orb, securing it just as Voldemort himself appeared at the far end of the hall, a tall, skeletal figure with gleaming red eyes and skin so pale it seemed to glow in the dim light. "Potter," he hissed, his inhuman voice carrying effortlessly across the distance. "How predictable." With a casual wave of his wand, Voldemort released his captured followers, the binding spells dissolving as if they were cobwebs. Another gesture sent a wave of pure magical force toward the Order members, scattering them like leaves in a gale. Harry was thrown backward, colliding painfully with a shelf but managing to maintain his grip on the prophecy. As he scrambled to his feet, he saw Sirius and Bellatrix still locked in combat, their duel having carried them toward a raised stone dais at the center of an adjoining chamber, one containing a strange, rippling archway. "The veil," Moody shouted in warning. "Black, stay clear of the veil." But Sirius, caught in the heat of battle with his deranged cousin, paid no heed to the warning. He deflected Bellatrix's cutting curse with a flourish, countering with a bind that narrowly missed her. "Is that the best the noble House of Black can offer?" Bellatrix taunted, her mad laughter echoing through the chamber. "I'm just warming up, cousin," Sirius replied, matching her spell for spell. Harry felt torn. The primary objective was to secure the prophecy and retreat, but he couldn't abandon Sirius. Making a split-second decision, he tossed the prophecy to Hermione. "Get this out," he ordered. "Ron, go with her." Despite their protests, Harry pushed them toward the exit before turning to aid his godfather. As he raced toward the dais, he saw Voldemort engage Remus and Tonks simultaneously, handling both skilled opponents with disturbing ease. "Harry, no!" Remus shouted, seeing his intention. "Get out while you can." Ignoring the warning, Harry reached the chamber with the archway just in time to see Bellatrix's spell connect with Sirius's chest. His godfather's eyes widened in shock as he began to fall backward, directly toward the rippling veil within the stone arch. No! Harry screamed, instinctively reaching out not with his hands but with his magic. In that moment of desperate need, something awakened within him, knowledge he hadn't consciously accessed but that resided in his blood, in his magical inheritance. As Sirius's body arced toward the veil, Harry felt a connection between them, not just emotional but magical. The black blood in Harry's veins through his grandmother Doria Black Potter resonated with Sirius's own, creating a channel for family magic. Sanguis vinculum revocate. Harry shouted, the words coming to him unbidden. A cord of golden light erupted from his wand tip, wrapping around Sirius's falling form. Where it touched him, Sirius's body seemed to shimmer, becoming partially insubstantial, just enough for the spell that had struck him to pass through rather than causing further damage. With a mighty heave of both physical and magical energy, Harry yanked his godfather away from the veil's grasp, redirecting his fall to the solid stone floor several feet away. Impossible, Bellatrix breathed, her mad confidence faltering at the display of ancient family magic. Harry had no time to explain or even understand what he had done. He rushed to Sirius, who lay gasping but very much alive on the chamber floor. That was. Sirius coughed, quite a save. Black family magic, Harry explained briefly. Can you move? Give me a moment, Sirius groaned, clutching his side where Bellatrix's spell had partially connected. A high, cold laugh drew Harry's attention. Voldemort stood at the chamber entrance, having dispatched, though apparently not seriously injured, the Order members who had faced him. How touching, he mocked, red eyes gleaming with malevolent amusement. Ancient family magic, Potter. You continue to surprise me. Perhaps Dumbledore has been teaching you more than I anticipated. Not Dumbledore, Harry replied, rising to face Voldemort while positioning himself protectively before Sirius. My parents left me more than just a scar and a name. Voldemort's lipless mouth curved in what might have been a smile. Ah yes, your mudblood mother's sacrifice. Dumbledore's favorite explanation for your continued, irritating survival. Her name was Lily, Harry said, a dangerous edge entering his voice. Lily Potter. And her magic was more innovative than anything you've ever created. The taunt struck home, Voldemort's expression hardened, his casual amusement replaced by cold fury. You know nothing of my creations, boy. Nothing of the magic I have mastered while Dumbledore fed you sanitized spells and half-truths. I know enough, Harry replied, subtly shifting his stance to the dueling position he had practiced countless times in the DA. I know you're still only half the wizard Dumbledore is, even with his powers diminished. With a snarl of rage, Voldemort struck, sending a jet of purple flame toward Harry with blinding speed. Harry countered with a shield charm, but the force of Voldemort's spell still drove him back several steps. Dumbledore has grown weak, Voldemort hissed, advancing steadily. And you are not ready to stand in his place, child. Maybe not, Harry acknowledged, gathering his magic. But I'm not standing alone. At that moment, the chamber flooded with new arrivals, Amelia Bones leading a contingent of Aurors, wands drawn and faces set with determination. They had received the emergency signal from the communication pendant, arriving just as the situation had become most dire. Voldemort assessed the changed circumstances with cold calculation. Though tremendously powerful, even he couldn't fight a dozen trained Aurors while maintaining his pursuit of Harry and the prophecy. Another day, Potter, he said softly, his red eyes burning with promised retribution. With a swirl of his cloak, he disappeared, not by conventional apparition, but through some darker method that left the air itself seeming tainted. The remaining Death Eaters, seeing their master's departure, attempted to flee. Some succeeded, but many, including Lucius Malfoy, found themselves bound and captured by the Auror's coordinated efforts. As the immediate danger passed, Harry returned to Sirius, helping his godfather to his feet. That was too close, he murmured. Occupational hazard of fighting dark wizards, Sirius replied with a weak attempt at his usual humor. Though I must say, that was some impressive magic, Harry. Blood bond recall isn't exactly standard Hogwarts curriculum. I didn't even know I could do it, Harry admitted. It just happened. Like the knowledge was waiting inside me, ready when I needed it most. That's how the oldest family magic works, Sirius explained, wincing as he straightened. Not learned but inherited, activated by need and intention rather than formal study. Amelia Bones approached them, her monocle glinting in the chamber's dim light. Mr. Potter, Mr. Black. Are you injured? Nothing that won't heal, Sirius assured her. The prophecy? She asked Harry directly. Secure, he replied. Hermione and Ron got it out. Amelia nodded with satisfaction. Good. This operation, while not proceeding exactly to plan, has yielded significant results. 6 captured Death Eaters, including Lucius Malfoy, and confirmation of you-know-who's return that not even Fudge can deny. She surveyed the chamber, where Aurors were securing the scene and attending to wounded Order members. Your tactical approach was sound, Mr. Potter. Unorthodox, certainly, but effective. We had good intelligence, Harry acknowledged, thinking of Dumbledore's detailed knowledge of the department layout. And a motivated team. As the initial chaos subsided, Harry found himself drawn to the strange archway that had nearly claimed Sirius, the Veil, as Moody had called it. Up close, he could hear faint whispers emanating from beyond the tattered curtain that rippled without any breeze. What is this thing? He asked quietly. A gateway, came Dumbledore's voice from behind him. Harry turned, surprised to find the headmaster standing there, looking diminished but resolute. Despite his weakened state, Dumbledore had apparently followed them to the Department of Mysteries. A gateway to what? Harry asked. To death, Dumbledore replied simply. Or perhaps beyond death. The Department of Mysteries has studied it for centuries without reaching definitive conclusions. Harry shivered involuntarily, realizing how close Sirius had come to passing through that terrible portal. If I hadn't remembered the Black family connection. But you did, Dumbledore said gently. The old laws work in unexpected ways, Harry. The magic that transferred from me to you included knowledge, not just power, but understanding of ancient techniques and connections I spent a lifetime accumulating. He gestured to where Sirius was being treated by a medawizard. Your godfather lives because magic found its proper balance. Knowledge that should have been shared with you years ago became available when you needed it most. Harry considered this. You knew about the Black family magic? About my connection through my grandmother? I did, Dumbledore admitted. It was one of many things I chose to withhold, believing you had enough to contend with already. His gaze was solemn. Another misjudgment among many. Before Harry could respond, Amelia Bones joined them. Albus, she acknowledged with a nod. I'm surprised to see you here. Merely an observer, Amelia, Dumbledore replied. The days when I might have led such an operation are behind me now. Amelia's expression softened slightly. Nevertheless, your counsel would be valued as we determine how to proceed. The political implications of tonight's events are significant. Indeed they are, Dumbledore agreed. Cornelius can no longer deny Voldemort's return, not with Lucius Malfoy captured in Death Eater regalia. The Ministry will need to mobilize quickly. And the prophecy? Amelia asked. Harry hesitated, then made a decision. It should be destroyed after I, and those who need to know, have heard its contents. It's too dangerous to preserve, even under Ministry protection. A wise assessment, Dumbledore approved. As they discussed next steps, Harry became aware of a strange sensation in his magical core, a fluctuation, as if his enhanced powers were temporarily destabilizing. He swayed slightly, putting out a hand to steady himself against a nearby column. Dumbledore noticed immediately. Harry. What is it? I don't know, Harry replied, a wave of dizziness passing over him. My magic feels turbulent. Dumbledore's expression grew concerned. The old laws continue their work, he said quietly. The magic transferred between us seeks equilibrium, especially after you called upon it so intensely tonight. Is it dangerous? Harry asked, feeling another surge of disorientation. Not precisely dangerous, but unpredictable, Dumbledore replied. Ancient magic follows patterns we only partly understand. The redistribution between us was not meant to be instant but gradual, a measured transfer over time. But I accelerated it by using so much power tonight, Harry realized. Dumbledore nodded. And by accessing knowledge you hadn't properly integrated, the Black family magic, specifically. The old laws are adjusting, seeking proper balance. What does that mean, exactly? It means, Dumbledore said gravely, that the price of betrayal is still being calculated. Magic itself is determining what rightfully belongs to you, and what should remain with me. He looked down at his hands, which trembled slightly. I suspect we will both experience fluctuations, until the process completes. Harry absorbed this, understanding dawning. The old laws aren't just about punishment. They're about restoration. Precisely, Dumbledore confirmed. Not vengeance, but balance. The proper flow of magic, knowledge, and responsibility. He smiled faintly. A lesson I might have benefited from learning earlier in my long life. As Order members and Aurors began the process of withdrawing from the Department of Mysteries, Harry found himself walking alongside Dumbledore, the young wizard whose power was still establishing its boundaries, and the old sorcerer whose strength was fading but whose wisdom remained intact. What happens now? Harry asked quietly. Now, Dumbledore replied, we prepare for the war that can no longer be denied. Voldemort will be furious at tonight's failure, but also more cautious. He has revealed himself before he intended, lost valuable followers, and discovered that you are more formidable than he anticipated. And the Order? Harry pressed. With your magic diminished. We'll find new leadership, Dumbledore completed calmly. Perhaps in a council, as Amelia suggested. Perhaps in you, when you're ready. He glanced sideways at Harry. Though I would caution against assuming too many responsibilities too quickly. Even with enhanced magical capabilities, you are still entitled to something of a childhood. Harry couldn't help a short, humorless laugh. I think that ship sailed when Voldemort killed my parents and marked me as his equal. Perhaps, Dumbledore conceded. But there is more to youth than freedom from responsibility. There is also discovery, connection, the joy of learning for its own sake rather than necessity. As they reached the Ministry atrium, now bustling with activity as news of the night's events spread, Harry spotted Susan Bones conferring with her aunt. Their eyes met across the space, and her relief at seeing him safe was palpable even at a distance. Connection, Harry repeated softly, watching as Susan excused herself and began moving toward him. Maybe you're right about that part, at least. Dumbledore followed his gaze, a genuine smile warming his tired features. The old laws restore balance in many ways, Harry. Some more pleasant than others. As Susan reached them, her professional demeanor giving way to genuine concern as she checked Harry for injuries, Dumbledore discreetly withdrew, leaving the young couple their moment of reunion. I heard you saved Sirius, Susan said, her eyes scanning Harry's face. Using Black family magic you didn't even know you had. It was instinct more than knowledge, Harry admitted. But yes, somehow I remembered a connection through my grandmother and used it to pull him back from the veil. Susan shook her head in amazement. The old laws are working through you in ways no one anticipated. Ancient family magic's awakening, forgotten connections re-establishing themselves. It's not just me, Harry pointed out. Look at what Neville's done with his family's plant magic, or your protective charms from the Bones Grimoire. It's happening everywhere, like magic itself is reminding us of what we've forgotten. A magical renaissance, Susan suggested thoughtfully. Rediscovering the old ways while creating new applications. Harry nodded, finding the concept resonant with his own experience. As they made their way toward the exit, where Order members were gathering for departure, he felt another wave of magical fluctuation, but this time, instead of disorientation, he experienced a moment of profound clarity. The old laws hadn't merely punished Dumbledore for his betrayal. They had set in motion a fundamental rebalancing of magical knowledge and power, not just between Harry and the headmaster, but potentially throughout wizarding society. The price of betrayal was high, certainly. But the value of restoration might prove even greater in the long run. As Harry rejoined his friends, prepared to return to Hogwarts and face whatever consequences awaited, he carried with him not just the prophecy orb that had been their objective, but a deeper understanding of the ancient magic that had reshaped his life. The old laws remembered, even when wizards forgot. And through their awakening, a new path forward had emerged, one that honored the past while creating space for innovation, one that balanced individual power with collective responsibility. It was, Harry reflected as he glimpsed Dumbledore speaking quietly with Amelia Bones, perhaps the most fitting justice of all. Chapter 5, The Restoration. The prophecy orb sat on a simple wooden stand in the center of the room of requirement, its misty contents swirling behind smooth glass. 7 people formed a circle around it: Harry, Ron, Hermione, Susan, Neville, Luna, and surprisingly, Draco Malfoy. They had gathered in secret, away from Umbridge's watchful eye and beyond the reach of Dumbledore's diminishing but still present influence. "Are we sure about this?" Hermione asked, eyeing the prophecy with justified wariness. "Once we hear it, there's no unhearing it. We need to know exactly what we're dealing with," Harry replied. His face still bore faint bruises from the Department of Mystery's confrontation 3 days earlier. Especially now that Voldemort's moving openly. The Daily Prophet's front page that morning had finally acknowledged what Harry had been saying for a year: Voldemort had returned. The capture of Lucius Malfoy and 5 other Death Eaters in the Department of Mysteries had forced Fudge to admit the truth, though the minister was already trying to rewrite history to make it seem like he'd been preparing for this all along. "My father's imprisonment changes things," Draco said quietly. His presence in their circle was the most unexpected development of the past few days. After his father's capture, the Slytherin had approached Harry not with his usual hostility, but with an unusual proposition. "The Dark Lord will expect our family to compensate for his failure. My mother is vulnerable. Which is why you're here," Susan finished for him, her practical nature accepting the alliance even if she remained wary of Draco's motivations. Draco nodded, his usual arrogance tempered by genuine fear for his mother's safety. "The old laws provide protection for ancient families, even from those who claim to champion pure-blood values." Harry studied Malfoy's face, searching for deception and finding instead a complex mixture of calculation and desperation. "And in return for our help protecting your mother, you're offering information," Draco replied simply. "About the Dark Lord's interest in the old laws. He's been researching them intensively since word of your Wisengamot hearing spread." A chill ran down Harry's spine. "Voldemort is trying to use the old laws himself. He believes they can be used to claim magical artifacts currently in Ministry possession," Draco confirmed. "Ancient items that supposedly belong to the Slytherin lineage. Which he claims through the Gaunts," Hermione murmured, connecting the historical dots. Luna, who had been dreamily examining the prophecy orb, spoke up. "The old laws respond to blood and intent. If his blood claim is legitimate, then we need to know what we're facing," Harry concluded, returning his attention to the prophecy. "Both from this and from Voldemort's plans." He reached for the orb, his fingers hovering just above its smooth surface. "Everyone ready?" 6 nods answered him. With a deep breath, Harry grasped the prophecy. The orb grew warm beneath his touch, the swirling mist within brightening. A spectral figure rose from its surface, Professor Trelawney, her eyes unfocused and her voice deeper than her normal mystic whisper. "The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches. Born to those who have thrice defied him, born as the seventh month dies. And the Dark Lord will mark him as his equal, but he will have power the Dark Lord knows not. And either must die at the hand of the other, for neither can live while the other survives. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord will be born as the seventh month dies. The words hung in the air long after Trelawney's image faded back into the orb. No one spoke immediately, each processing the implications in their own way. Neither can live while the other survives, Hermione finally whispered. That's why he's been after you all this time. And why Dumbledore kept so many secrets, Ron added, his expression unusually solemn. He knew it would always come down to this. The wording is important, Luna observed, her dreamy demeanor giving way to surprising analytical precision. It doesn't say you have to kill him, just that one must die by the other's hand. Harry nodded slowly. Death isn't always physical. Magical death, loss of power. The old laws, Susan breathed, understanding dawning. They can enforce magical justice without physical destruction. Is that the power the Dark Lord knows not? Neville wondered. Draco, who had been silent since the prophecy's revelation, finally spoke. He doesn't understand the old laws, not truly. He sees them as tools for claiming power, not as fundamental principles of magical balance. Harry felt a strange calm settling over him as the pieces aligned in his mind. The Department of Mystery's battle had shown him that direct magical confrontation with Voldemort was still beyond his capabilities, despite his enhanced powers. But the old laws offered a different approach, one that addressed the root of Voldemort's power rather than merely its expression. We need to understand the old laws better than he does, Harry decided. Not just as weapons or shields, but as restoration. The word felt right as he spoke it. Restoration, not retribution. Balance, not vengeance. My family has records of the Covenant of Seven, Susan offered. The original magical agreement between the oldest wizarding families in Britain. The Longbottom archives might help too, Neville added with newfound confidence. Gran sent more materials after she heard about the Department of Mysteries. And I've been studying my mother's work on protective enchantments, Harry said. I think she was trying to recreate something from the original Covenant, protection based on sacrifice freely given, but sustainable without requiring death. Hermione's eyes lit with academic enthusiasm. A magical framework that redirects harmful intent back to its source, like your mother's protection, but applicable beyond a single person. Exactly, Harry confirmed. And if we combine that with what we've learned about family magic's reawakening, we create something Voldemort can't counter, Ron finished, strategic mind grasping the concept immediately. Because he rejects the very principles it's built on. As their discussion deepened, the Room of Requirement responded to their needs, producing ancient texts and materials for their research. The prophecy orb remained on its stand, a reminder of what was at stake, but no longer the focus of their efforts. Draco, initially on the periphery, gradually joined their strategizing. His knowledge of pureblood traditions and dark magical theory, combined with the other strengths, created an unexpectedly effective think tank. The Dark Lord believes the old laws will grant him access to magical artifacts he claims through the Slytherin line, he explained, sketching a diagram of magical inheritance. But he misunderstands a crucial element: the laws recognize not just blood claim but worthiness. Worthiness how? Harry asked. Living in accordance with the family's original magical covenant, Susan answered. Each founding family swore specific oaths about how their magic would be used. The Bones family pledged to uphold justice. The Longbottoms promised to defend the innocent. And the Slytherins? Hermione prompted. To preserve magical knowledge and innovation, Luna said, surprising everyone. When they stared at her, she shrugged. The Quibbler published a special edition on the founding families last year. Daddy does actual research sometimes. She's right, Draco confirmed reluctantly. Slytherin's covenant wasn't about blood purity originally, that came later. It was about magical advancement and preservation of ancient knowledge. Which Voldemort perverted by creating Horcruxes, Harry said darkly. The room went silent. How do you know about those? Draco asked, genuine shock breaking through his composed facade. Dumbledore shared his research after the Department of Mysteries, Harry answered. Part of his restitution. This changes everything, Hermione whispered. If Voldemort violated the Slytherin covenant by creating Horcruxes, then the old laws wouldn't recognize his claim, Susan completed the thought. Even with legitimate bloodline descent. A new path forward began to crystallize in Harry's mind, not a simple duel or battle of power against power, but a formal invocation of the old laws against Voldemort himself, challenging his magical legitimacy on grounds even pureblood traditionalists would have to respect. We need to prepare carefully, he said, a plan taking shape. Voldemort will make his move soon, trying to claim Slytherin artifacts through the old laws. When he does, we'll be ready to counter with a more legitimate claim based on worthiness rather than just blood. Who has a more legitimate claim to Slytherin artifacts than the heir of Slytherin himself? Ron questioned. Harry's hand unconsciously moved to his scar. Someone who was marked as his equal but chose a different path. Someone who used Slytherin's gift of Parseltongue to save rather than harm. His green eyes met each of theirs in turn. And I won't be standing alone. As their meeting concluded, 7 people who might once have been enemies or strangers stood united by a common purpose. The old laws were awakening, ancient magic stirring in response to modern crisis. And at the center of it all stood Harry Potter, not a chosen one defined by prophecy, but a young wizard who had reclaimed his heritage and was now building something new from its foundations. Hogwarts changed in the weeks following the Department of Mysteries battle. With Voldemort's return publicly acknowledged, security tightened throughout the castle. Aurors patrolled the grounds, ancient protective wards were strengthened, and students moved between classes in supervised groups. Most significant was Dolores Umbridge's abrupt departure. After Fudge's reluctant admission about Voldemort, her position became untenable. The final straw came when an investigative team from the Department of Magical Law Enforcement discovered her blood quill, a restricted dark artifact, among her possessions. She left in disgrace, escorted from the premises by 2 grim-faced Aurors. Dumbledore remained headmaster nominally, but his public appearances grew increasingly rare. Professor McGonagall handled day-to-day operations, consulting with him only on major decisions. Students whispered about his condition, theories ranging from curse damage to terminal illness. Only a few knew the truth, that the old laws continued their work, gradually transferring power and authority from the wizard who had misused his guardianship to the young man who had invoked ancient justice. Harry felt these changes most acutely. His magic had stabilized somewhat since the Department of Mysteries, but still occasionally surged unpredictably. More noticeable was the weight of responsibility that had settled on him, not imposed from outside, but arising from within as he grew into his reclaimed heritage. The DA had evolved from a secret study group into something more formal. With Umbridge gone, they no longer needed to hide, though they maintained the Room of Requirement as their primary meeting space. Students from all houses now attended, including a small contingent of Slytherins who had followed Draco's reluctant lead. Today we're combining defensive techniques, Harry announced to the assembled group. Nearly 60 students had gathered, arranged in a semicircle before him. Susan will demonstrate Bones' family shield charms, Neville will show how Longbottom plant defenses can supplement conventional barriers, and Luna has some interesting misdirection techniques from her family grimoire. He stepped back, allowing his friends to take the lead. This too was part of his growth, recognizing when to step forward and when to empower others. The DA now operated as a collaborative learning environment rather than a teacher-student hierarchy. As Susan demonstrated a particularly effective shield variant, Harry felt a now familiar fluctuation in his magical core, like a tide shifting within him. These episodes had become more frequent as the school year approached its end. "You okay?" Ron asked quietly, noticing Harry's momentary discomfort. "Just another adjustment," Harry replied. "They're getting stronger." "Hermione thinks the process is nearing completion," Ron said. Whatever magic is transferring from Dumbledore to you, it's in the final stages. Harry nodded, having reached the same conclusion. I need to see him. There are questions only he can answer about what's happening. After the DA meeting concluded, Harry made his way to the headmaster's office. The Gargoyle Guardian stepped aside without a password, another sign of the changing magical dynamics within Hogwarts. He found Dumbledore standing by the window, gazing out over the school grounds. The headmaster looked friendlier than ever, his once vibrant robes hanging loosely on his diminished frame. Yet something about his posture suggested acceptance rather than defeat. Harry, he greeted without turning. I've been expecting you. Professor, Harry acknowledged, moving to stand beside him. How are you feeling? Like a very old man who has been carrying too much for too long, Dumbledore replied with surprising candor. And yet, strangely liberated. He turned, blue eyes meeting green. The burden of power is considerable, as you are no doubt discovering. Harry nodded, understanding far better now than he had months earlier when he first invoked the old laws. The transfers are becoming more intense. I think the process is nearly complete. Indeed. Dumbledore gestured to two comfortable chairs near the fireplace. As they sat, he continued, the old laws work with inexorable purpose, Harry. They do not simply punish betrayal, they restore proper balance in ways we cannot fully predict or control. That's what I wanted to discuss, Harry said. I've been researching what's happening, and I think there's more to it than just magic transferring from you to me. Dumbledore raised an eyebrow, curiosity animating his tired features. Go on. The old laws recognize intent and worthiness, Harry explained. When you were judged wanting as my guardian, they began redistributing not just raw magical power, but specific capabilities. Things you valued above your duty to me. An astute observation, Dumbledore acknowledged. And what have you concluded about those specific capabilities? Control, Harry said immediately. The ability to influence events and people. Knowledge, particularly about ancient magic and its applications. And he hesitated, connection to Hogwarts itself. I can feel the castle now, like it's partially alive. Dumbledore's eyes widened slightly. The headmaster's bond. I hadn't realized that was transferring as well. He steepled his fingers thoughtfully. Most interesting. The old laws appear to be preparing you not just as an independent magical adult, but as a potential successor to multiple roles. I don't want to be headmaster, Harry said quickly. Perhaps not now, Dumbledore agreed with a hint of his old twinkle. But magic is preparing possibilities, not imposing certainties. Harry leaned forward, getting to the heart of his concern. There's something else. I think I can redirect aspects of this transferred magic, use it to repair damage that's been done. What sort of damage do you have in mind? The defense against the dark arts position curse, for one, Harry said. I can feel it now, a twisted knot of malevolent magic tied to the castle's wards. Voldemort's work, I'm guessing. Dumbledore looked genuinely surprised. You can sense Tom's curse. Even I could only detect its effects, never the mechanism itself. It's like seeing a dark thread woven through Hogwarts' protective tapestry, Harry tried to explain. Foreign, wrong somehow. I think with the right approach, I could unravel it. Fascinating, Dumbledore murmured. The old laws may have granted you insight I lacked, a different perspective on magical structures. There's more, Harry continued. The protective enchantments around Hogwarts, they're strong but outdated. With what I've learned from my mother's research, I think they could be significantly enhanced. Using Lily's sacrificial protection principles? Dumbledore asked, clearly intrigued. A modified version, Harry confirmed. Not requiring death, but drawing on freely given contribution from the school community. Each person adding a small piece of their magic to create something stronger than individual wards. Dumbledore was silent for a long moment, regarding Harry with an expression that mixed pride, wonder, and perhaps a touch of melancholy. You have surpassed my expectations, Harry. Not merely in magical power, but in vision. You see possibilities I overlooked despite centuries of study. I had good teachers, Harry acknowledged, including Dumbledore in that assessment despite their complicated history. What do you require from me? Dumbledore asked simply. Your knowledge of Hogwarts' original warding schemes, Harry replied. And your cooperation during the final transfer. I think we can guide the process to ensure the magic is directed toward healing rather than just shifting from one vessel to another. Dumbledore nodded slowly. A worthy goal. The old laws might indeed respond to such intent. He rose, moving to a cabinet that Harry had never noticed before. I believe this belongs with you now. He withdrew a heavy tome bound in leather so ancient it had hardened to near stone consistency. Gold lettering on the spine read simply, Hogwarts, Foundations and Wards. The original warding grimoire, Dumbledore explained, handling the book with reverence. Created by the founders themselves, with contributions from each subsequent headmaster. I've made my own notations, of course, but the core principles remain as they were established a millennium ago. Harry accepted the book carefully, feeling a resonance between its magic and his own. Thank you. This will help enormously. There is one more matter we should discuss, Dumbledore said, returning to his seat. Voldemort's interest in the old laws. Harry wasn't surprised that Dumbledore knew. He's trying to claim Slytherin artifacts through blood right. Yes, though his understanding is fundamentally flawed, Dumbledore confirmed. The old laws recognize worthiness above mere bloodline. Tom's creation of Horcruxes violated the Slytherin covenant of magical preservation. That's what we concluded as well, Harry said, pleased that their research aligned. We're preparing a counter based on magical worthiness rather than blood claim. We? Dumbledore inquired, eyebrow raised. Myself, Ron, Hermione, Susan Bones, Neville Longbottom, Luna Lovegood, and... Harry hesitated, Draco Malfoy. If anything could still genuinely surprise Albus Dumbledore, this apparently qualified. Young Mr. Malfoy has joined your circle. Remarkable. His father's imprisonment changed his perspective, Harry explained. He's still Malfoy, arrogant, prejudiced in many ways, but he's concerned about his mother's safety and recognizes that Voldemort doesn't truly value pure-blood families, just their utility to him. People are capable of tremendous growth when their fundamental assumptions are challenged, Dumbledore observed. A lesson I myself have been learning rather late in life. Their conversation continued for another hour, delving into the specifics of Hogwarts' warding systems and the principles underlying the old laws. As they spoke, Harry noticed something subtle, the magical current between them strengthening, as if their shared purpose was facilitating the transfer process. When he finally rose to leave, Harry felt compelled to ask one final question. Are you afraid of losing your magic entirely? Dumbledore considered this thoughtfully. I feared it initially, he admitted. Magic has been the defining element of my existence for over a century. The prospect of living without it seemed unimaginable. His expression softened. But I find that fear diminishing as I witness how the power is being redistributed. There is a rightness to it that brings a certain peace. I never wanted to punish you, Harry said quietly. I just needed justice. I know, Harry. Dumbledore's smile held genuine warmth. And that, perhaps more than anything, proves you worthy of what the old laws have granted you. You sought balance, not vengeance. That distinction matters profoundly. As Harry descended the spiral staircase, the heavy grimoire tucked under his arm, he felt a growing sense of purpose. The final confrontation with Voldemort was approaching, not just a prophesied battle between Chosen One and Dark Lord, but a fundamental reckoning between opposing approaches to magic itself. The Great Hall hummed with nervous energy on the morning of June 10, exactly 1 week before the end of term. Students clustered in tight groups, voices hushed as they discussed the dramatic headlines splashed across the Daily Prophet, Dark Lord demands ancient artifacts, claims magical inheritance rights to Slytherin relics. The accompanying article detailed how Voldemort had formally petitioned the Wisengamot through magical proxy, invoking the old laws to claim items currently held in Ministry vaults. His petition cited direct bloodline descent from Salazar Slytherin through the Gaunt family and demanded the return of wrongfully seized magical patrimony. "It's happening exactly as we predicted," Hermione said quietly, scanning the article with growing concern. "He's using the legal framework of the old laws to legitimize his claims." "The Wisengamot has scheduled an extraordinary session for tomorrow to address the petition," Susan added, having received advance notice from her aunt. "They're required to consider it under ancient procedure." Harry nodded, unsurprised. For weeks, their research group had anticipated this move. "Is everything prepared on our end?" "Counter-petition drafted and filed," Hermione confirmed. "Magical evidence compiled. Witnesses arranged. The defense team is ready," Neville added, referring to the DA members who would provide security for their Wisengamot appearance. "And I've confirmed the special arrangements," Ron said cryptically, referring to contingency plans they had developed for worst-case scenarios. Harry felt a strange calm settling over him. After months of preparation, the confrontation they had been working toward was finally at hand. Not a chaotic battle like the Department of Mysteries, but a formal proceeding where ancient magic itself would judge competing claims. "Any word from your mother?" Harry asked Draco, who sat slightly apart from their group at the Gryffindor table, his presence there still drawing stares despite becoming more common in recent weeks. "She's secure at the location we arranged," Draco replied, his voice low. "The family wards have been reconfigured according to Bones' specifications. The Dark Lord cannot compel her attendance now." This had been a crucial part of their preparation, ensuring Narcissa Malfoy's safety so Draco couldn't be leveraged against their plans. The Bones family had ancient expertise in protective warding, which Susan had shared despite centuries of rivalry between their families. "The morning post is arriving," Luna observed dreamily as owls began streaming into the Great Hall. "I suspect we'll have important correspondence." As if on cue, a regal-looking ministry owl landed before Harry, extending a leg bearing an official-looking scroll sealed with the Wisengamot crest. Similar letters arrived for Susan, Neville, and surprisingly, Luna. "Formal summons," Susan confirmed after examining hers. "The Wisengamot requires our testimony regarding competing claims under the old laws." Harry broke his own seal, scanning the formal language. "Mine's different. They're acknowledging my counterpetition and granting right of magical challenge." "That's significant," Hermione said, reading over his shoulder. "They're treating this as a direct dispute between magical heirs rather than just a legal proceeding." "Blood dispute," Draco clarified grimly. "The oldest and most binding form of magical arbitration. Winner takes all." "Not just artifacts," Luna added, her normally dreamy voice unusually focused. "Magic itself judges worthiness in blood disputes. The unworthy claimant can lose more than just their case." Harry nodded, understanding completely. This was ultimately what they had been working toward, not merely blocking Voldemort's access to powerful artifacts, but challenging his very legitimacy as Slytherin's magical heir. "We leave for the Ministry tonight," he decided. "We'll need time to prepare the chamber according to the old law's requirements." As their group dispersed to make final preparations, Harry found himself approached by Professor McGonagall. "Mr. Potter," she said quietly. "The headmaster requests your presence immediately. It concerns tomorrow's Wisengamot session." Harry followed her to Dumbledore's office, finding the headmaster looking more diminished than ever. He sat in a high-backed chair near the fire, a heavy blanket across his lap despite the June warmth. "Harry," he greeted, his voice thin but steady. "The moment we have anticipated has arrived." "Voldemort's petition for the Slytherin artifacts," Harry acknowledged. "We're ready." "I believe you are," Dumbledore agreed. "But there is one element we had not fully considered in our previous discussions. The final transfer." Harry frowned. I thought that was happening gradually. It has been, Dumbledore confirmed. But the old laws respond to significant magical events. Tomorrow's blood dispute will create resonances. The final balance will likely establish itself during that proceeding. Understanding dawned. You think the remaining magic will transfer from you to me during the Wisengamot session? I consider it highly probable, Dumbledore said. Which creates both opportunity and risk. If properly channeled, that final surge could strengthen your position against Tom. If uncontrolled, it could create unpredictable effects during the already volatile magical proceeding. What do you suggest? Harry asked, recognizing the seriousness of the situation. Dumbledore withdrew a small silver device from his robes, an intricate contraption of spinning wheels and delicate armatures. This is an equilibrium regulator, created by Nicholas Flamel during our alchemical collaborations. It can help stabilize magical fluctuations during transference events. He handed it to Harry, who felt a subtle vibration as the device responded to his magic. Wear this during the proceedings. It will not prevent the transfer, but should help moderate its expression. Thank you, Harry said, tucking the device carefully into his robes. Will you be attending tomorrow? A shadow passed over Dumbledore's features. I fear my presence might complicate matters. The old laws are already working through us, adding that dynamic to an already complex magical proceeding seems unwise. Harry nodded, understanding the reasoning even as he felt a surprising pang of disappointment. Despite everything, part of him had hoped for Dumbledore's support during this crucial confrontation. However, Dumbledore continued, as if sensing Harry's thoughts, I can offer one final piece of assistance. He drew his wand, the Elder Wand, though Harry didn't yet know its significance, and held it thoughtfully. A memory containing knowledge you may find useful during tomorrow's proceedings. He placed his wand tip to his temple, drawing forth a silvery strand that he carefully deposited in a small crystal vial. This contains my complete understanding of blood disputes under the old laws, including several historical precedents not recorded in conventional texts. Harry accepted the vial, recognizing its value. I'll review it immediately. One last thing, Harry, Dumbledore said as Harry turned to leave. Remember that in blood disputes, magic judges not merely technical worthiness, but fundamental alignment with the original covenant. Slytherin valued cunning and ambition, certainly, but in service of magical preservation and advancement, not destruction. I understand, Harry assured him. We've built our entire counterpetition around that principle. Dumbledore's eyes held a glint of their old twinkle. Then I believe Tom may find himself facing a judgment he did not anticipate. The Wisengamot chamber looked different than it had during Harry's previous appearance. The tiered seating remained, filled with witches and wizards in formal plum robes, but the center of the room had been transformed. A circular platform of white marble now occupied the space where the witness chair had once stood. Intricate runes were carved around its perimeter, faintly glowing with dormant magical energy. The ritual circle of arbitration, Susan explained quietly as they entered. It hasn't been used for a formal blood dispute in over 2 centuries. Harry nodded, feeling the ancient magic humming through the chamber. Their group moved to the designated waiting area, himself, Ron, Hermione, Susan, Neville, Luna, and Draco. Each wore formal robes representing their respective houses, with Harry in the Potter family colors of deep red and gold. The Wisengamot members watched their entrance with expressions ranging from curiosity to open concern. Many had experienced Harry's previous invocation of the old laws and clearly wondered what to expect from today's unprecedented proceeding. At precisely 10 o'clock, Amelia Bones rose from her seat in the second tier. This extraordinary session of the Wisengamot is called to order, she announced, her magically amplified voice filling the chamber. We convene today to address competing claims under the old laws regarding artifacts of Salazar Slytherin currently held in ministry custody. She gestured to an ornate door to the left of the chamber. The first petitioner approaches. The door opened to reveal a tall, thin man in expensive robes of deepest green. He wasn't Voldemort, Harry would have felt the dark wizard's presence immediately, but rather a legal proxy. His aristocratic features and cool demeanor suggested old pure-blood lineage. Augustus Rookwood, Susan whispered. Former unspeakable, suspected Death Eater but never convicted. Convenient that Voldemort found a marked follower with legal expertise who wasn't captured at the Department of Mysteries, Ron muttered. Rookwood approached the marble circle with confident steps, stopping at its edge and bowing formally to the Wizengamot. I stand as magical proxy for Lord Voldemort, born Tom Marvolo Riddle, direct descendant of Salazar Slytherin through the noble house of Gaunt. By right of blood and magic, he claims the artifacts wrongfully separated from his magical inheritance. A murmur ran through the Wizengamot at the open use of Voldemort's name and the formal acknowledgement of his birth identity. Magic hummed through the chamber as the ritual circle accepted the declaration, the runes brightening slightly. The second petitioner may approach, Amelia announced, nodding toward Harry. Taking a steadying breath, Harry walked to the opposite side of the ritual circle. He felt the weight of every eye in the chamber upon him, but his focus remained on the task at hand. The months of research, practice, and preparation had led to this moment. I, Harry James Potter, stand in my own right to challenge the claim of Tom Marvolo Riddle to the artifacts of Salazar Slytherin, he declared, his voice clear and steady. I invoke the right of worthiness under the old laws, asserting that bloodline alone does not confer legitimate magical inheritance. The runes around the circle flared brighter, magic recognizing and responding to the formal challenge. Harry continued, following the ancient language they had carefully researched. By right of conquest and magical alignment, I claim standing to challenge. By the Slytherin gift of Parseltongue bestowed upon me through Tom Riddle's own actions, I claim connection to the Slytherin legacy. By my preservation of magical knowledge where he has corrupted it, I claim superior worthiness under the original Slytherin covenant. The magic pulsing through the chamber intensified, the ritual circle now glowing with steady white light. Rookwood's composed expression faltered slightly, clearly not having anticipated this specific challenge. The Wizengamot recognizes both petitions, Amelia stated formally. As this matter involves a blood dispute under the old laws, magic itself shall weigh the competing claims. The ritual circle is activated to judge worthiness according to the original covenant of Salazar Slytherin. She gestured to a ministry official standing nearby, who stepped forward carrying a velvet-covered tray. The disputed artifacts will be presented for magical assessment. The official removed the velvet covering, revealing 3 items, a tarnished silver locket engraved with an ornate S, a golden cup with 2 finely wrought handles, and a slender wand of dark wood. These items, verified as authentic possessions of Salazar Slytherin, will respond to the worthy claimant when placed within the ritual circle, Amelia explained for the benefit of the assembled Wizengamot. The official carefully placed each artifact on the glowing marble surface. As they made contact with the circle, the items themselves began to emit a soft golden light, ancient magic awakening after centuries of dormancy. The petitioners will now present their evidence of worthiness, Amelia continued. Proxy Rookwood, you may proceed first. Rookwood stepped forward, producing a scroll from within his robes. I present the documented genealogy of Tom Marvolo Riddle, confirming direct descent from Salazar Slytherin through Cadmus Peverell to the House of Gaunt. Blood analysis performed by Gringotts confirms this lineage beyond dispute. He placed the scroll within the circle, where it unrolled itself automatically. The parchment glowed briefly as the circle's magic verified its authenticity. I further submit that Lord Voldemort has dedicated his life to the advancement of magical knowledge and preservation of wizarding traditions, in accordance with Slytherin's original covenant. His mastery of magical arts exceeds any living wizard, fulfilling Slytherin's mandate to pursue magical excellence and innovation. This claim, so blatantly false to those who knew Voldemort's true nature, nevertheless entered the record. Harry knew the ritual circle would judge its validity based on magic itself, not mere testimony. Mr. Potter, Amelia said, turning to Harry. You may present your counter-evidence. Harry nodded, beginning the presentation they had so carefully prepared. I do not dispute Tom Riddle's blood connection to Salazar Slytherin. Instead, I challenge his worthiness under the original Slytherin Covenant, which valued the preservation and advancement of magical knowledge for the benefit of wizarding society. He removed a small crystal vial from his robes, similar to the one containing Dumbledore's memory, but filled with a swirling silver-black substance. I present verified magical evidence that Tom Riddle has violated the fundamental principles of Slytherin's covenant by creating Horcruxes, the deliberate fragmentation of his soul through murder, resulting in the corruption of natural magic. Gasps echoed through the chamber. Even among dark wizards, Horcruxes represented the most terrible perversion of magic, knowledge so forbidden that most members of the Wisengamot would only have encountered the term in the most restricted texts. This evidence, extracted from a destroyed Horcrux through a contained ritual performed under Ministry supervision, confirms that Tom Riddle has committed the ultimate violation of magical preservation, Harry continued, placing the vial in the circle. The crystal glowed an ominous red as the ritual circle's magic analyzed its contents. Rookwood's face had lost its composed mask, genuine shock evident as he realized the strength of Harry's challenge. Furthermore, Harry continued, I present testimony from those who have witnessed how Tom Riddle and I have each used Slytherin's gift of Parseltongue, he to harm, control, and destroy, I to protect, communicate, and preserve. At his signal, Ron, Hermione, and the others stepped forward, each providing brief but powerful testimony about specific instances, Harry using Parseltongue to save Justin Finch-Fletchley from a misdirected snake, Voldemort using it to command Nagini to attack innocent victims, Harry using it to access knowledge in the Chamber of Secrets to save Ginny Weasley, Voldemort using it to unleash a basilisk against Muggle-born students. Each testimony was magically verified by the ritual circle, the runes pulsing with increasing intensity as evidence accumulated. The artifacts at the center, locket, cup, and wand, began to vibrate slightly, responding to the magical judgment unfolding around them. When the testimonies concluded, Amelia addressed both petitioners. Having presented your evidence, you may now submit to magical assessment. The ritual circle will evaluate your worthiness according to the original Slytherin Covenant. As Lord Voldemort is represented by proxy, Mr. Rookwood will undergo assessment on his behalf. Rookwood hesitated, clearly having not anticipated this development. I must consult with my principal before. The old laws permit no delay in blood dispute proceedings, Amelia interrupted firmly. You stand as magical proxy with full authority. The assessment must proceed. Trapped by the very ancient procedures his master had invoked, Rookwood reluctantly stepped onto the ritual circle. Immediately, the white marble beneath his feet darkened to gray, the runes dimming wherever he stood. The circle acknowledges the proxy's connection to the claimant, Amelia noted for the record. Mr. Potter, please take your position. Harry stepped onto the circle from the opposite side. In stark contrast to Rookwood's experience, the marble beneath his feet brightened, the runes glowing with increased intensity. A subtle vibration ran through the circle as the two opposing claimants stood facing each other across the Slytherin artifacts. The ritual of assessment begins, Amelia declared. The magic that had been building throughout the proceedings suddenly intensified. The runes around the circle's perimeter began to rotate, creating a flowing circuit of magical energy that rose upward in a cylindrical barrier, enclosing Harry and Rookwood with the artifacts. Within this magical containment, Harry felt a presence, not a person or entity, but a consciousness of sorts. Ancient, calculating, evaluating. The Slytherin Covenant itself, embodied in magic that had endured for a millennium, was awakening to judge competing claims. At the same moment, Harry felt something shift within his own magic, the final transfer from Dumbledore accelerating in response to the ritual's power. Beneath his robes, the equilibrium regulator began to warm against his skin, working to stabilize the influx of magical energy. Rookwood gasped, clearly feeling the Covenant's scrutiny as well. As Voldemort's proxy, he experienced the magical assessment directed at his master, and it was evidently not favorable. His face contorted in pain, his body rigid as the ritual circle's judgment flowed through their magical connection. This is not a standard assessment, he managed through clenched teeth. The circle is accessing deeper magic than I was advised. Harry understood what was happening. The Slytherin Covenant isn't just checking our claims, he explained, his voice steady despite the magical maelstrom surrounding them. It's judging how we've used Slytherin's legacy. Creation versus destruction. Preservation versus corruption. The artifacts between them began to glow more intensely, rising several inches above the marble surface. They rotated slowly, as if examining both claimants from all angles. Then, with startling suddenness, all three objects moved, shooting directly toward Harry. The locket settled around his neck, the cup landed in his left hand, and the wand aligned itself alongside his own in his right hand. The artifacts have chosen, Amelia announced, her voice carrying over the humming magic. But the ritual wasn't complete. The circle's magic continued to intensify, the runes now spinning so rapidly they appeared as a solid band of light. Rookwood fell to his knees, crying out as the Covenant's judgment coursed through him. "What's happening?" someone from the Wizengamot called out in alarm. "The full judgment under the old laws," Amelia replied, her expression grave. "When worthiness is determined in a blood dispute, magic itself enforces consequences on the unworthy claimant." Through his connection to Rookwood, Voldemort himself was experiencing the Covenant's judgment. Harry could feel it, a ripping, tearing sensation as the Slytherin magic that Voldemort had claimed through bloodline was forcibly withdrawn. At that same moment, the final transfer from Dumbledore crested within Harry. The equilibrium regulator glowed white-hot against his chest, struggling to moderate the convergence of magical currents, Slytherin's Covenant recognizing him, Dumbledore's power completing its transfer, and his own magic expanding to accommodate both. Harry fought to maintain his composure, drawing on everything he had learned about magical control. This was the moment to direct these converging powers toward restoration rather than merely accepting them as personal enhancement. "By right of worthiness under the Slytherin Covenant," he declared, his voice resonating with newfound power, "I claim these artifacts not for personal use, but for the restoration of what was corrupted." The ritual circle responded to his declaration, the marble surface beneath him transforming from white to a deep, vibrant green, Slytherin's color, but fresh and vital rather than dark and foreboding. "The magical lineage of Salazar Slytherin is hereby transferred by Covenant judgment," Harry continued, the words coming to him through ancient magic rather than rehearsed preparation. "Let what was fragmented be made whole. Let what was corrupted be cleansed. Let what was hidden be revealed." Power surged through the circle, through Harry, through the artifacts, and through the proxy connection to Voldemort himself. Rookwood screamed once, then collapsed unconscious on the marble surface as the magical backlash overwhelmed him. Throughout Britain, in hidden locations where Voldemort's Horcruxes lay concealed, the Covenant's judgment manifested. In the Room of Requirement, a tarnished diadem cracked and leaked black ichor. At Grimmauld Place, a locket shuddered in its cabinet. In Bellatrix Lestrange's Gringotts vault, a cup identical to the one Harry now held began to vibrate ominously. The ritual circle's magic finally began to subside, the spinning runes slowing until they returned to their dormant state. The cylindrical barrier dissipated, revealing Harry standing calmly at the center, the three Slytherin artifacts still in his possession, and Rookwood's unconscious form crumpled at the edge. The Wizengamot chamber remained absolutely silent, its members stunned by what they had witnessed. Then, slowly, Amelia Bones rose to her feet. "Magic has rendered judgment," she declared formally. "The blood dispute is resolved in favor of Harry James Potter, who is recognized as the worthy inheritor of the Slytherin artifacts by Covenant evaluation." As Aurors moved forward to remove Rookwood from the circle, Amelia continued, "Furthermore, the ritual circle has enforced magical consequences upon the unworthy claimant, Tom Marvolo Riddle. The exact nature of these consequences will manifest according to the old law's judgment." Harry stepped down from the ritual circle, feeling simultaneously exhausted and energized. The convergence of magical transfers had stabilized, integrated now rather than competing within him. The equilibrium regulator had cooled against his chest, its purpose fulfilled. His friends rushed forward to meet him, their faces showing a mixture of awe and concern. "Harry, that was Hermione began, seemingly at a loss for words. Bloody brilliant. Ron finished for her. Did you feel what happened to you-know-who through the connection? I felt something breaking, Harry said carefully. Like magical threads being severed. The Slytherin Covenant withdrew its magic from him, Susan explained, her legal knowledge providing clarity. It's one of the most severe punishments under the old laws, the removal of family magic that rightfully belonged to a bloodline. And the Horcruxes? Neville asked quietly, mindful of nearby Wizengamot members who might overhear. Affected, Harry confirmed, instinctively certain. Not destroyed, perhaps, but damaged. Vulnerable now in a way they weren't before. As they discussed the implications, Harry became aware of a commotion near the chamber entrance. Aurors were rushing in, their expressions urgent as they approached Amelia Bones. What's happening? Harry asked, immediately alert to potential threat. I'm not sure, Hermione replied, straining to overhear. Amelia Bones quickly crossed to their group, her normally composed features showing genuine concern. Mr. Potter, we've just received word from Hogwarts. The headmaster has collapsed. He's asking for you specifically. Harry felt a cold certainty settle in his chest. The final transfer had completed during the ritual, Dumbledore would have felt its effects as powerfully as he had. I need to go to him immediately, he said, already moving toward the exit. The Ministry Floo network has been cleared for your direct return to Hogwarts, Amelia informed him. I've authorized your friends to accompany you. Minutes later, they emerged from the fireplace in McGonagall's office to find the deputy headmistress waiting, her face grave. He's in his quarters, she said without preamble. Madame Pomfrey is with him, but... She didn't complete the sentence, her concern evident. They hurried through the castle, students and staff alike stepping aside as they passed. Word of the Wizengamot proceedings had somehow already reached Hogwarts, whispers following in their wake. Dumbledore's private quarters lay behind an unassuming wooden door adjacent to his office. Inside, they found a surprisingly modest sitting room with simple, comfortable furniture and walls lined with books. Fawkes perched near an open window, his normally vibrant plumage subdued. In a cushioned chair near the fireplace sat Albus Dumbledore, looking friendlier than Harry had ever seen him. His skin had a translucent quality, his once brilliant blue eyes faded to pale grey. Madame Pomfrey stood beside him, her expression indicating that her considerable medical skill had reached its limits. Harry, Dumbledore greeted, his voice barely above a whisper. You were successful, I see. Harry knelt beside the chair, the Slytherin artifact still in his possession. The blood dispute is resolved. Voldemort's claim was rejected by the Covenant. A ghost of a smile touched Dumbledore's lips. And the consequences? His connection to the Slytherin magic was severed, Harry explained. The Horcruxes were affected, damaged, I think. And... He hesitated, the final transfer completed. Dumbledore nodded weakly. I felt it. Like watching a sunset, beautiful in its way, the gradual dimming of light that has burned for so long. He glanced down at his hands, which no longer trembled but lay still in his lap. My magic is gone, Harry. Completely now. Despite their complicated history, despite the justified anger Harry had felt upon discovering Dumbledore's manipulations, he found himself deeply moved by the old wizard's condition. To lose magic after over a century of wielding it with unmatched skill seemed a profound tragedy. I'm sorry, Harry said, genuinely meaning it. I never wanted this for you. I know, Dumbledore replied gently. The old laws required balance, not cruelty. And in truth, there is a certain peace in this ending. His gaze drifted to the window, where summer sunlight streamed in. For the first time in many decades, I am simply an old man without the burden of extraordinary power. It is, restful. Madame Pomfrey stepped closer, her professional demeanor softened by compassion. Headmaster, you should conserve your strength. For what purpose, Poppy? Dumbledore asked with genuine curiosity. My role is concluded. The torch has passed. He looked directly at Harry. Though I would ask one final service, if I may. Of course, Harry said immediately. The restoration you spoke of, using the transferred magic to heal what has been damaged, Dumbledore elaborated. Hogwarts itself has suffered from Tom's curse on the defense position. The school's protective wards have weakened over decades of neglect. And the divisions between houses have deepened beyond what the founders ever intended. Harry understood. You want me to use the combined magic, yours and the Slytherin Covenant's acknowledgement, to restore Hogwarts. It would be a fitting conclusion to our journey together, Dumbledore confirmed. The magic that was misused finding proper purpose at last. The rightness of this suggestion resonated deeply with Harry. The old laws were about restoration, not just retribution. Using their judgment to heal rather than merely to punish would complete the cycle in a way that mere transfer of power could not. I'll need help, Harry said, looking to his friends. This isn't something I can do alone. You have never been alone, Harry, Dumbledore observed. That, perhaps, is the most important difference between you and Tom. He sought to possess magic, you seek to share it. With renewed purpose, Harry rose. We'll need to access the heart of Hogwarts' ward system, the Founder's Circle and the lowest level of the castle. The Wardstone Chamber, McGonagall confirmed, surprised. How did you know about that? Harry indicated the Slytherin artifacts he carried. They know. And he touched his chest where the equilibrium regulator rested. I think part of me has always known, since the transfer began. Dumbledore smiled weakly. The headmaster's knowledge. Another piece of what has transferred between us. As they prepared to leave, Dumbledore called Harry back for a final, private word. Remember, Harry, restoration is not about returning to the past, but about healing wounds so that something new can flourish. I understand, Harry assured him. Rest now, Professor. We'll take care of Hogwarts. The Founder's Circle lay hidden beneath the Great Hall, accessible only through a spiral staircase concealed behind the staff table. McGonagall led the way, using her authority as deputy headmistress to reveal the entrance. The chamber they entered was perfectly circular, its walls formed of unadorned bedrock. At the center stood 4 waist-high pillars of different colored stone, red granite, yellow sandstone, blue marble, and green serpentine, arranged in a square around a central white crystalline structure that pulsed with gentle light. The Wardstone, McGonagall explained with reverence. The magical heart of Hogwarts, established by the founders themselves. Harry approached slowly, feeling the castle's magic responding to his presence. The 3 Slytherin artifacts he carried vibrated with recognition, their magic resonating with the green serpentine pillar. What exactly are we going to do? Hermione asked, her academic curiosity temporarily overcoming her awe. Restore balance, Harry replied, setting the artifacts beside the Slytherin pillar. The original founders created Hogwarts as a place where different magical traditions could coexist in harmony while maintaining their unique strengths. Over time, that balance has deteriorated, competition replacing cooperation, rivalry becoming enmity. And the curse on the defense position? Ron asked. A symptom of the deeper imbalance, Harry explained, understanding flowing from his newly integrated magical knowledge. Voldemort exploited existing weaknesses in the ward structure when he placed it. Removing it requires healing the underlying disharmony. He turned to his friends, seeing not just the 6 who had accompanied him from the ministry, but the core of what the DA had become, representatives of different houses, different traditions, united by common purpose. Each of you has reconnected with your family magic in recent months, he said. Neville with Longbottom Earth magic, Susan with Bones protective wards, Luna with Lovegood perception enchantments, Ron with Weasley binding spells, Hermione with her unique integration of Muggleborn perspective and traditional techniques. Even Draco with Malfoy boundary magic. What are you suggesting? Draco asked warily. A cooperative warding, Harry replied. each contributing their family's strength to restore Hogwarts' protections. Not erasing differences, but creating strength through their interaction. Understanding dawned on their faces. This wasn't just about fixing the defense curse or strengthening physical protections, it was about addressing the fundamental magical imbalance that had allowed darkness to take root in Hogwarts over generations. Like the original founders, Hermione breathed. Different magical traditions coming together for a common purpose. Exactly, Harry confirmed. And with the Slytherin artifacts acknowledging me, we can reintegrate that house's positive contributions without the corruption Voldemort introduced. Under McGonagall's astonished gaze, they arranged themselves around the ward stone, not by house affiliation, but by magical complementarity. Neville and Susan, whose magic centered on protection and growth. Ron and Hermione, representing strategic binding and analytical enhancement. Luna and Draco, whose seemingly opposite perspectives on boundaries and perception actually created powerful synergy when properly aligned. Harry took position at the Slytherin pillar, placing his hands on the green serpentine. The others followed suit at their respective positions. Focus on your family's core magical principle, Harry instructed. Not the spells themselves, but the intention behind them. The purpose that has guided your magical lineage through generations. As they concentrated, the ward stone began to glow more intensely, responding to their combined magical intent. Harry felt the castle itself becoming more aware, its ancient consciousness stirring as the founder's original vision reactivated. Drawing on the combined magic now integrated within him, his own, the portion transferred from Dumbledore, and the acknowledgement from the Slytherin Covenant, Harry began to speak in Parseltongue. The sibilant sounds echoed strangely in the circular chamber, seemingly answered by whispers in different languages from the other pillars. Let what was divided be united. Let what was corrupted be cleansed. Let what was hidden be revealed. By right of worthy inheritance, by freely given contribution, by magic ancient and renewed, let Hogwarts be restored. The ward stone flared blindingly bright, magic surging upward through the castle in a wave of restoration. Throughout Hogwarts, students and staff paused as they felt the wave pass through them, a sensation of renewal, of rebalancing, of ancient purpose reawakened. In the defense against the dark arts classroom, a malevolent knot of magic that had persisted for decades suddenly unraveled, the curse finally broken. In the Great Hall, the enchanted ceiling briefly showed not the current sky but a vision of Hogwarts as it had been at its founding, for distinct magical traditions working in harmony rather than competition. Most dramatically, the house banners throughout the castle transformed momentarily, each showing not just its own symbol but elements of all four houses interlinked, the lion, eagle, badger, and serpent forming a unified whole while maintaining their individual identities. In the wardstone chamber, the 7 young witches and wizards felt the castle's magic respond to their combined effort. The pillars beneath their hands warmed, ancient enchantments reactivating and realigning according to the founder's original design. When the surge finally subsided, they stepped back from the ward stone, which now glowed with steady, balanced light, all 4 colors present in equal measure, forming a harmonious whole. It's done, Harry said quietly, feeling the change throughout the castle. The restoration is complete. McGonagall, who had witnessed the entire process, approached with unconcealed wonder. In all my years at Hogwarts, she said, voice thick with emotion, I have never felt the castle's magic so aligned. So purposeful. She studied their tired but satisfied faces. What exactly did you do? We reminded Hogwarts of its original purpose, Harry explained. Not just as a school, but as a demonstration that different magical traditions can strengthen rather than threaten each other. The defense curse is broken, Hermione added confidently. The position will no longer be affected by Voldemort's magic. And the wards are stronger than they've been in centuries, Susan continued. Drawing strength from the renewed balance between houses rather than being weakened by their division. McGonagall shook her head in amazement. The headmaster will be pleased to know this was accomplished before. She didn't complete the thought, but they understood. Dumbledore's time was limited now that his magic was gone completely. As they climbed the spiral staircase back to the Great Hall, Harry felt a profound sense of completion. The old laws had worked exactly as they were meant to, not merely punishing betrayal, but restoring proper magical balance. What had begun as his personal quest for justice had transformed into something far more significant, the renewal of magical traditions long suppressed or forgotten. The Great Hall was filled with students when they emerged, all discussing the strange magical surge they had felt throughout the castle. Conversations hushed as Harry's group appeared from behind the staff table, their exhausted but triumphant expressions telling their own story. Professor Flitwick approached, his scholarly curiosity evident. "Mr. Potter, was that surge of magic?" "A restoration, Professor," Harry confirmed. "Hogwarts remembering its original purpose." Word spread quickly through the student body. By dinner time, the entire school knew that Harry Potter had somehow broken Voldemort's curse on the defense position and reinforced the castle's ancient protections. More significant was the subtle but noticeable shift in house dynamics. The rigid boundaries that had long defined Hogwarts' social structure began to soften, not dissolving completely but becoming more permeable. Students from different houses felt increasingly comfortable interacting, sharing their unique perspectives and magical approaches. Even the Slytherins, long isolated by both external prejudice and internal elitism, found themselves gradually reintegrating into the broader school community. With Draco Malfoy's surprising alignment with Harry's group, old assumptions about house loyalties were being reconsidered. 3 days later, as the school year drew to a close, Albus Dumbledore made his final appearance as headmaster. Though physically diminished, he summoned enough strength to stand before the assembled students in the Great Hall, his voice magically amplified for what all understood would be his farewell address. As another year concludes at Hogwarts, he began, his familiar opening carrying special weight now, I find myself reflecting on the nature of magic itself. What is it that makes a witch or wizard truly powerful? Is it the spells they can cast? The knowledge they accumulate? The influence they wield? His gaze swept across the hall, lingering briefly on Harry at the Gryffindor table. I have lived a very long life filled with magic, he continued. I have held titles and positions, discovered 12 uses of dragon's blood, defeated dark wizards, and been honored with a chocolate frog card, an achievement some consider my finest. Gentle laughter rippled through the hall, breaking the solemn tension. Yet I have come to understand, rather late perhaps, that magic's true power lies not in what we can take or control, but in what we can restore and build together. Dumbledore's voice grew stronger with conviction, even as his body remained frail. The founders of Hogwarts understood this. They created not 4 separate schools but one unified institution where different magical traditions could strengthen each other. He gestured to the house banners hanging above the tables, which now seemed somehow more harmonious despite maintaining their distinct identities. Recent events have reminded us of this original vision, Dumbledore acknowledged. Ancient magic has been awakened, old covenants remembered. The old laws, long relegated to history books, have demonstrated their continuing relevance in our magical society. His gaze found Harry again, a silent acknowledgement passing between them. As I step down from the position of headmaster, Dumbledore continued, causing a ripple of shocked whispers despite the rumors that had circulated, I do so with confidence that Hogwarts is returning to its foundational strength. The divisions that have weakened us are healing. The curses that have plagued us are broken. He paused, allowing the significance of these statements to register. In my place, the Board of Governors has appointed Professor McGonagall as headmistress, he announced, prompting spontaneous applause throughout the hall. I can think of no one better suited to guide Hogwarts through the challenges that lie ahead. McGonagall inclined her head in acknowledgement, her usually stern expression softened by evident emotion. And now, before we enjoy our final feast together, Dumbledore concluded, I offer one last piece of advice, remember that magic at its most fundamental is neither light nor dark, but responsive to intention and purpose. Seek balance rather than dominance. Restoration rather than control. Connection rather than isolation. With these words, he raised his hands in a final benediction over the assembled school. Though no visible magic emanated from his gesture, his powers were truly gone. The symbolic impact was perhaps more powerful than any spell he could have cast in his prime. As he returned to his seat and the feast began, Harry found himself unexpectedly moved. The journey that had begun with his discovery of his parents' unsealed will had transformed not just his own life but potentially the future of magical Britain. The old laws had done what modern magical governance could not, restored proper balance where corruption and manipulation had taken root. After the feast, as students began returning to their dormitories, Harry received a message asking him to come to the headmaster's office one final time. He found Dumbledore there, seated behind the desk he would soon vacate, Fawkes perched beside him. "Harry," he greeted warmly. "Thank you for coming. I wanted a moment to speak with you privately before the term ends." "Of course, Professor," Harry replied, taking the offered seat. "I will be leaving Hogwarts tomorrow," Dumbledore explained. "Without magic, there is little practical assistance I can offer during the coming conflict with Tom. And I find myself rather looking forward to a quiet retirement, perhaps in a small cottage by the sea, where I can finally read for pleasure rather than necessity." "What will happen with the Order?" Harry asked. "Alastair and Kingsley will coordinate field operations," Dumbledore replied. "Minerva will manage Hogwarts-related matters. And the council structure you helped establish provides broader strategic direction." His eyes twinkled faintly. "They may occasionally consult a certain young wizard who has demonstrated remarkable leadership capabilities." Harry acknowledged this with a nod, neither seeking nor shirking the responsibility. "And Voldemort? The blood dispute damaged him, but he's not defeated." "No, he is not," Dumbledore agreed soberly. "The severing of his connection to Slytherin's magical heritage was a significant blow, and the damage to his Horcruxes has made them more vulnerable. But Tom has always been adaptable. He will find new approaches, new sources of power." "The prophecy still stands," Harry said quietly. "It does. But prophecies, like the old laws, respond to interpretation and intent." Dumbledore leaned forward slightly. "You have already begun fulfilling it in ways neither Tom nor I anticipated. The power he knows not was never just about love or sacrifice, though those remain crucial. It was about understanding magic's true nature, its balance, its covenant structure, its orientation toward restoration rather than mere dominance." Harry considered this perspective, finding truth in it that aligned with his own developing understanding. "The final confrontation is still coming." "Yes," Dumbledore acknowledged. "But you face it now with advantages I could never have provided through conventional mentorship. The old laws have granted you not just enhanced magical capability, but deeper understanding of magic's fundamental principles." He gestured to the Slytherin artifacts that Harry still carried with him. "These too will play their role when the time comes. Not as weapons in the conventional sense, but as channels for covenant magic that Tom rejected but that you have embraced." As their conversation continued, touching on preparations for the summer ahead and arrangements for Harry's protection now that he was legally emancipated, Harry realized something had fundamentally shifted in their relationship. They spoke now not as guardian and ward, not even as mentor and student, but as two wizards who had experienced a profound magical transfer and emerged transformed on both sides. When it was time to leave, Harry found himself extending his hand across the desk. "Thank you," he said simply. "Not for everything, we both know there were serious mistakes, but for what you tried to do, and for accepting the judgment of the old laws with dignity." Dumbledore accepted the handshake, his grip surprisingly firm despite his physical frailty. "Thank you, Harry, for showing me that even after a century of magical study, there remained fundamental truths I had yet to learn." His smile held genuine warmth. "I suspect you will prove a far better steward of the power that has transferred between us than I ultimately was." As Harry descended the spiral staircase for the final time that term, he felt the castle's magic responding to his presence, not with the tension that had characterized Hogwarts for years, but with harmonious recognition. The restoration was taking hold, ancient enchantments reawakening and realigning according to their original purpose. Outside the entrance, he found not just Ron and Hermione waiting, but Susan, Neville, Luna, and even Draco, the core group that had formed around their shared work with the old laws. "Everything all right?" Ron asked as Harry joined them. "Yes," Harry confirmed. "Just saying goodbye." "So what happens now?" Neville asked the question on everyone's mind. Harry considered this as they walked together through the evening-lit corridors. "Voldemort is weakened but not defeated. The blood dispute damaged his connection to Slytherin's magic and made his Horcruxes vulnerable, but he'll adapt. Find new approaches. And we'll be ready," Susan said with quiet confidence, her hand finding Harry's naturally. "The DA continues training over summer," Hermione added. "We've already arranged secure communication and meeting locations. Mother has agreed to host gatherings at our secondary property," Draco contributed, still sounding slightly uncomfortable with his new alliance but committed nonetheless. "It's unplottable and unknown to the Dark Lord. And I've been in contact with Daddy about publishing information on the old laws," Luna said dreamily. "People should understand their magical heritage beyond ministry restrictions." As they reached the entrance hall, Harry paused, looking back at the castle that had been his first true home. Hogwarts seemed different now, still ancient and imposing, but somehow more alive, more purposeful, as if the restoration had awakened something long dormant in its very stones. "The old laws aren't just about punishment or reward," he said thoughtfully. "They're about maintaining proper magical balance. What began as my personal quest for justice has become something much larger, a reawakening of ancient magic that wizarding Britain has ignored for too long." "A magical renaissance," Hermione suggested, echoing their earlier conversations. "Exactly," Harry agreed. "And I think that's ultimately how we'll defeat Voldemort, not just through direct confrontation, but by creating a magical society that rejects the very foundations of his power. Balance instead of dominance. Cooperation instead of subjugation. Restoration instead of destruction." As they stepped out into the warm June evening, the setting sun bathed Hogwarts in golden light. Behind them, the castle hummed with renewed purpose. Before them lay challenges still to be faced, battles yet to be fought. But the path forward was clearer now, illuminated by ancient magic reawakened and restored to its proper purpose. The old laws remembered, even when wizards forgot. And through their restoration, a new future was taking shape, one worthy of the sacrifice and vision of those who had come before, and those who would follow after. The end. Thank you for watching this video. Please be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video.